Are we on? Yep. Thank you, members. Excuse me. Again, apologies for the voice. Still got the residual cold or whatever it was. Good evening, members and members of the public and the press who are attending full council, BCP, 25th of February 2025. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I'll be chairing the meeting, and I shall be supported by the Vice Chairman Councillor Simon Bull. I'm just going to go through the housekeeping arrangements for this meeting. Please note that this is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcasts. It will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure that the meeting is managed effectively, could everybody follow these ground rules? If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be a consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands. And if a recorded vote is requested, and that requires support from a quarter of the members present, that will be done if we wish. Please could members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting. And in accordance with the Constitution, I will allow for comfort breaks as appropriate. If you could avoid leaving the meeting actually during a debate, that would be really helpful. Points of order raised should state the applicable constitutional provision, i.e. GE5. I will assume that all councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting, and as ever, treat one another with courtesy and consideration, as I know we all do. As a reminder, and this is more to the public in the gallery, this is a meeting being held in public, but it's not a public meeting. Public are in attendance to observe the meetings and look at the debate, but please will all members of the public remain silent throughout all the items. Right, we'll go into the agenda now, members, if we're all ready. Item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, can you let us have the apologies for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Judes Butt, Councillor Paul Hilliard, Councillor Gillian Martin, Councillor Chris Matthews, Councillor Sandra Moore, Councillor Judy Richardson, Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, and Councillor Vicky Slade, and I believe that Councillor Bobby Dove will be joining partway through the meeting.
Thank you very much. Declaration of interest. Chief Executive, have we had any declarations received?
No, Chairman, none have been received, but if any member does feel they may have a declaration of interest, could they please refer to the flow chart that's set out in the agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, can we agree the minutes of the council meeting, which was held on the 11th of February 2025? Is there any dissension from confirming these minutes? I think we can confirm those minutes. Thank you very much, councillors. Agenda item 4, which is the announcements from the chairman. I'm just going to run through the things I've done since the 10th of December meeting, because as you know, I didn't give you the list on the 11th because it was purely for the budget. So there was a celebration at the Marriott Hotel, which I'm sure everybody knows. They have refurbished a lot of rooms and are hoping for a lot more trade as a result, and it all looks very nice. I recommend their bar. I opened Southbourne on the Green Christmas lights. It was that long ago, and also attended on behalf of BCP the Soroptimist Christmas celebration. The Soroptimists are a women's organisation. I don't know in this day and age whether we should have women's organisations. I'm sure men can join, but it is mainly women. Hence Soroptimist, which is something to do with sisterhood. Then we entertained the pupils of Glenmore and Winton School. When I say I did that, in fact, the Mayor of Bournemouth did most of it, and I just looked on, but it was very, very beautifully done, and the pupils really enjoyed seeing the chamber, seeing all the heritage stuff, and learning a little bit about why the council is here. And then there was the Hall and Woodhouse Community Chest Distribution, which is always amazing. They're a very, very good organisation. Holocaust Memorial Day, of course, was first of all in the Lighthouse for that Memorial Day, and then we had a Memorial Day in the Chamber, which again was very well attended by everybody. Thanks to everybody who did come for it. And then I attended with the Mayor of Bournemouth the Bournemouth Business Awards lunch, at which we were both surprised to find that we were guest speakers. So that was quite a shock. Rather spoilt the lunch, really, but still. And then the last thing that I have done since that meeting was to attend the stained glass launch in Highcliffe Castle. That's actually an internationally renowned exhibition of stained glass, very historic, some German, which looks so modern you wouldn't think it was from 16-something. And I again recommend that everybody goes to see that. It was very, very interesting. Thank you. Councillor Ball, did you have any engagements to put forward?
Thank you, Chair. Just the one from me, which was the leaving celebration for the Vice-Chancellor of AUB, Paul Goff, who I was joined by the Mayor of Christchurch for. Thank you.
Right, on to agenda item 5, public issues. Right, this is supposedly restricted to a total of 15 minutes, but at my discretion, the time may be extended. And because I have jigged about with the questions a little bit, I will extend the time. And the reason for that is because we have some questions which are very similar in my view, and I felt that they should be asked together, although in fact they arrived at a different time. And the way that the officers do that is that if it comes in first, it's asked first. So that means that I've put them out of order, and so thus I will allow for everybody to ask the question that they've sent in. No discussion shall be allowed upon questions or statements, and I believe the first person who wishes to come in is Clive Block, and that's going to be read by the Chief Executive. It's a question for Andy Hadley on pools lifting bridges.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before I do that, can I just add one apology that we had but wasn't on the list? That's Councillor Petition West. Apologise as well. So this is a question from Mr. Clive Block. Can the Council clarify what plans are in place to replace the signs for pools lifting bridges? Furthermore, could the Council provide a clear timescale for when this will be completed?
Thank you, Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Mr. Block, for your question, which I understand you've also raised via your MP and our engineering team have answered. The team responsible for the bridge signs have been working over several years to try and rectify the malfunctions with the signs, which have not been straightforward to resolve, as there is no single identifiable cause. I have also myself noticed incorrect information as I've crossed the bridge from time to time and have advised the bridge operators of the issue. We apologise for the negative impact of these malfunctions have had on the public, including yourself. We have identified a way forward and plan, subject to financial approvals and successful procurement, to replace the current rotating prism signs with modern LED alternatives in the coming financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Susan Stockwell with a public question on the licensing policy regarding sex establishments. Would you like to come forward? And then I believe Councillor Kieran Wilson is going to answer.
I am advised by White Ribbon that a council which has received their accreditation is expected to be working towards a licensing policy on strip clubs with a presumption against licensing. Furthermore, BCP's first sex establishment licensing policy was quashed by judicial review, following the unlawful failure to consider complaints by women of harassment by strip club customers. Will this council now be apologising to those women?
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Susan. When forming the previous sexual entertainment policy, licensing committee members considered all responses and consulted with the community safety colleagues and Dorset Police to assess the evidence of issues linked to the sexual establishment venues. These inquiries did not support the feedback received, with little evidence of incidences. To say that the council disregarded women who said they were victims of harassment by strip club clients is incorrect. The consultation feedback focused on feeling of safety in the area, which is busy in the nighttime economy location. The judicial review found the documented consideration of the feedback received was not prescriptive enough to outline why these views did not form a larger part of policy considerations. It does not mean that these views were disregarded. They were considered and the evidence did not support it. It was recognised that at the conclusion of the judicial review, as it was reached with some reluctance, because BCP had taken an otherwise diligent and extensive consultation. The judgment against our previous sexual entertainment policy does not have any impact on our ability to enforce breaches of licences in place and their conditions. Since the judgment, we have renewed licences and continue to apply stringent conditions to protect both patrons and performers within these licensed premises. We are undertaking member training to empower the licensing committee to support decision-making around sexual entertainment venue licensing, which will include when licenses can be refused on the grounds that it would be inappropriate having regard to the character of the relevant locality or to the use of any premises within the vicinity. There is no legal requirement to have a sexual entertainment policy, and we are working with White Ribbon on our action plan and the extensive wider work that we do to keep women and girls safe. Thank you once again for your question.
Thank you. Now, we have received 3 questions on the topic of climate change and plant-based treaties, and these are the 3 questions that I feel should be asked together. But
Chairman, Councillor Farquhar has stood.
Oh, right. Hang on. So sorry. Can you hang on a second? Councillor Farquhar, you're standing.
Thank you, Chair. You may have been unsighted to the last statement reader in that hearing the reply from the portfolio holder, she was having difficulty actually hearing the reply. I think it might well be that it was a case of the noise which we hear from outside. Is it possible that it can be turned down some way with the microphones, etc.? Because I think it's very important when a member of the public comes in to ask a question, if they have to cut their ear to hear it, then I don't think democracy is actually being served. Thank you.
I think that we're unable to do much about the noise in terms of turning it down, but I think it has reduced now, hasn't it? And I'm sure Councillor Wilson will send a written reply as well, if that's going to be any help. But yes, sorry, the Chief Executive will speak on this.
Sorry, just to confirm, we have checked and the recording is very clear, so people will be able to hear it again online. So that's helpful.
Right, while it's quiet, yes, people are able to protest and we have to let them shout if they wish. But we have to listen even harder, I suppose. So this is the 3 questions which I have asked to be asked all together, one after the other, and Councillor Hadley will answer each one separately, one after the other. So first of all, I think you're Alex Harmon. Right, thank you, Alex. Would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Hadley will then answer.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the Council for your response from the 10th of December Council meeting, which outlined some of the Environment and Place ONS Committee's considerations regarding increased plant-based options in Council-controlled food services, limiting unsustainable food advertising and launching public education campaigns. These are positive steps. However, given the urgency of the climate crisis, which is affecting lives around the world, with clear scientific evidence about the impact of our food systems, decisive action is crucial. Could you please share what decisions the committee has made regarding these considerations, including any timelines for implementation if possible? We count on you to demonstrate the necessary leadership on this critical issue. The Plant-Based Treaty team offers their full support and resources to aid in this process. Furthermore, to highlight these important ongoing internal efforts, will the Council finally endorse the Plant-Based Treaty?
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought you were going to answer all the questions, but it's fine this way. Alex, thank you for your question. The Place and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee continue to explore the most significant impacts of humans accelerating climate change and how we reduce our impact. They are about to review our annual report for progress on climate mitigation. Global food supply accounts for about 30% of carbon emissions, and about 20% of that relates to international transport of food, including fruit and vegetables. There is no doubt that the footprint of meat eating is a significant multiplier, and that a low-meat, vegetarian or vegan diet is beneficial in terms of carbon footprint as well as health. So is eating locally produced and seasonal food, and this, together with reducing processing and packaging, all contribute to improving the carbon footprint. The Overview and Scrutiny Committee is not a decision-making body, but make recommendations to Cabinet. We are grateful for the offer of support from your group. In a democracy, we need to advise people to give them opportunities, but ultimately to respect that people will choose what they eat and why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Thank you, Alex. We now have Julia Berg. Would you like to ask your question? Come through to the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening. This year will be the first year where we'll exceed the 1.5 degrees global temperature increase, a limit set by the Paris Agreement. This is not a political target. This is a physical limit of the planet. Action must be taken to ensure we achieve a stable climate. The food system is one of the leading causes of the climate crisis. We are aware that the issue of diets is something that affects our culture and daily lives. So will the Council endorse the plant-based treaty and be transparent with the public and local community to address and explain environmental and health consequences of animal agriculture and products on the population, to educate children and the next generation in the community about the climate emergency, and support a transition to a plant-based food system?
Councillor Hadley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Julia, thank you for your question. It is indeed a rising challenge that there has been inadequate, clear leadership and education nationally and internationally on the climate crisis facing our planetary home. The biggest contributions that individuals and the Council can make to reducing our carbon footprint around how we heat our homes and other spaces, how and where we choose to travel, and whether we are prepared to reduce our consumption of all things, not just food. Reducing consumption of meat and any food products which are imported, highly processed or otherwise stored out of season are all good steps to reduce environmental damage. I agree that education, particularly for the next generation about the climate emergency and what individuals can do to reduce their footprint, is important. They will be the ones to inherit what we leave behind. We are ensuring that plant-based options are available and promoted in council-run outlets and that we support a transition to a plant-based food system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. And now, Sarah Abbott, would you like to come forward with your question to Councillor Hadley? Thank you.
Good evening. The IPCC is telling us that food systems have to move from being a source of emissions to being a carbon sink. Cities and councils are absolutely essential in climate solutions. A few changes, even at a local level, can have a huge broader impact on other councils and can influence change at a national level. Cities such as Amsterdam and Edinburgh have endorsed the plant-based treaty, followed by impact assessments, action plans and implementations, such as increased plant-based options in public institutions, reducing advertising of environmentally harmful products and introducing more plant-based options in schools, even having 1 day a week Earth Days where 100% plant-based options are offered. So my question is there any reason why the BCP Council cannot endorse the plant-based treaty like so many other councils are doing?
Thank you. And I believe now it's Councillor Herrick to reply, not Councillor Hadley. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you for your question. And apologies for the confusion. We've made a bit of a late switch. The Council are seeking to introduce more plant-based options around our own catering outlets, which are mostly on the seafront, In that setting, there is direct competition with private catering organisations, and in order to retain customers and maintain income that helps fund vital council services, we need to balance our offer. The principal demand is for ice cream and coffee, and whilst we do have vegan offers and are looking at how we can promote these, it ultimately requires customers to choose them. If a plant-based offer is engaging, tasty and wanted, then it would not only increase overall sales, it could also shift the balance to a larger proportion of sales being plant-based, and this would be an outcome that provides a win-win scenario. As I said at the beginning, we are working to increase options for plant-based products, but this does take time. We are also reviewing the carbon footprint of our packaging, supply chain and waste streams alongside this other work, and they are also important mitigation matters. We are not, as a council, in a position to mandate to schools their menus or curriculum. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Herrick. Thank you, Sarah. I think our next question is from Brian Knight, and this is a public question on the implementation of the second home levy. Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Good evening. The question is for myself and my wife. Why did councillors not discuss the implementation of the second home levy by way of a graduated introduction over, say, a 3 to 5 year period for senior citizens? I say that due to the significance and the dramatic level of cost increase. The graduated payment would assist senior pensioners to financially plan for pending future and existing healthcare costs in addition to the cost itself and the council tax. It would also reduce the stress and anxiety yet to be managed on the looming inflationary pressures related to utility bills and food. Furthermore, why was there no process encompassing adequate consultation with a referendum which would have been fairer and more democratic process? The council communications, including the validation process of recording second home ownership, has been falling short. There appears to have been little regard given to the consequences of the outcomes of double billing the council tax, which also includes a 5% increase. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Cox will answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for your question. And a question I have to say I have some personal empathy for. But to answer the question directly, Council has discussed the implementation of the second homes premium in June 2022, also in July 2023, and when the final determination was made by the full Council in January 2024. The process has been fully compliant with the provisions of the relevant legislation, namely the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. In fact, the Council has gone further than actually required, and the approach of numerous other councils, by writing to all of the people it believed would be liable to the premium in the summer of 2024. Please bear in mind that there is very limited local discretion as to how council tax legislation can be applied. Council tax is based on the band of the property, and the occupant's age is not relevant whatsoever. It should be emphasised that the purpose of the second homes premium is to help councils address the impact of local communities from people deciding to own more than one home. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We have a question now from Steve Harper. Would you like to come to the front, please? And then it's on the proposed Canford incinerator, and the Chief Executive is going to read your question, and Councillor Millie Earle will answer. Thank you. Chief Exec.
Thank you. Have the Council's planning officers reviewed all the relevant documents regarding the Canford incinerator, particularly the health assessment by Gare Consulting Limited, which altered child weight parameters to 20 kilograms, and the now removed Calderdale Council peer review by Bureau Veritas UK Limited? Additionally, have officers assessed the emission of key water treatment plants, Longham Lakes Reservoir, 2.55 kilometres from the proposed incinerator, Longham Water Treatment Works, 2.91 kilometres from the proposed incinerator, and Bournemouth Water Treatment Plant, 1.8 kilometres from the proposed incinerator, from the application documentation. Finally, have officers received Bournemouth's catchment risk assessment from the water companies, particularly regarding trade effluent, wastewater discharges and industry, in line with the Drinking Water Inspectorate's August 2024 PFAS monitoring and risk assessment guidance? If so, will these documents be shared with the Planning Committee and the public before they make a decision?
Right, thank you. I hope that was fine. Thank you. Leader, would you wish to answer? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. As required by legislation, the recommendation will be made in accordance with the development plan and planning policy unless there are material considerations that indicate otherwise. If the planning officer considers that additional information is needed, this will be raised with the applicant, who will then need to provide further information on the impact of development and the operation of an incinerator. And to merit a recommendation to approve, the developer will need to demonstrate to the council as the local planning authority that it meets planning requirements. The Environment Agency is currently undertaking surveillance of PFASs, or forever chemicals, such as part of their groundwater quality monitoring network, and water companies are also monitoring for a range of these in raw water. The August 2024 document is guidance from the Drinking Water Inspectorate to water companies. If the water companies or the Environmental Agency consider that the proposal increases these concerns, then we expect them to raise this with us as part of their representations and provide supporting documentation such as the risk assessment you've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, councillors, we're going to go through the statements now, and I believe that Nicholas West has submitted a statement on road safety. Mr. West, are you there? Would you like to come forward and read your statement for us?
Question: why implement a 20-mile-an-hour limit in residential areas? Answer: to enhance road safety. However, this approach may not lead to the desired outcomes. It could result in significant congestion at roundabouts and traffic lights, as evidenced by traffic from certain directions approaching Cooperdine, causing added pollution. According to the Driver's Awareness Scheme, the main cause of collisions is lack of driver and pedestrian attention. Many other issues contribute, including distractions, fatigue, substance use, and the challenges posed by e-scooters and cyclists, who often lack proper lighting. I also asked a councillor about the concept of 15-minute cities, only to hear that it was not on the agenda. Thus, the underlying motive behind speed restrictions appears to be create chaos, with a proposed solution being the implementation of 15-minute cities. So we must advocate thoughtful, effective measures that truly enhance safety without compromising the flow of traffic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. West. The next statement is on violent crime from Dolores Wallace. Would you like to come forward and read your statement to us? Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My son Tommy was a kind, loving young man with his whole life ahead of him. He was taken from us in a senseless act of violence by someone who should never have been here. Someone who had already taken lives before and yet was allowed to enter our country. We have been told there were missed warnings and failed systems, but knowing this does not bring my son back. only leaves painful questions. How was this allowed to happen? Who failed to protect us? The government has rightly ordered a public inquiry into the Southport murders. But justice must not be selective. The same failures that led to those deaths failed my son too. His murder must be included in the inquiry. I ask you to support Councillor Salmon's motion and demand for full accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dolores. We'll be addressing this later in the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Patrick King, a statement on road safety. Mr. King, thank you. Would you like to come forward and read your statement to us?
The perilous condition of roads and many defects concern all users, especially for cyclists and other two-wheelers, much more vulnerable to the external hazardous influences and subsequent consequences. Beryl's electric scooters are extremely vulnerable as small wheels exponentially exacerbate any road defects. Even with cycle route networks, it still necessitates utilising narrow urban routes whereby avoidance of defects are precluded without exposure to incremental personal risk. Example, 5 ways to Richmond Hill littered with innumerable defects and hazards of all types to be negotiated, and is not to be undertaken where perceived risk exceeds any benefits. Cars suffer suspension, wheel and other damage. These additional distractions for all road users on occasions necessitating action, especially two-wheelers, may contribute to increased incidents. Liability rests individually and collectively in this chamber, and to ensure safe passage and comfort of road users by more rapid, efficient highways maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Our next statement is from Nick Greenwood on public participation. Would you like to come forward and read the statement? Thank you.
The 150-word statement limit, although intended to streamline discussions, really raises concerns about the depth of engagement and with the public, especially given the BCP's poor record of consultation. This approach undermines democratic values and hinders progress. By limiting discussions around key projects such as your adherence to Agenda 30, it appears BC focus lies more with international agendas than with the concerns of local residents. It's crucial to engage the public fully, particularly on significant issues such as related to the costly net zero projects, which are met with widespread skepticism from legitimate scientific sources. Are you claiming that the public is well informed about the prospect of proposed 15-minute cities and their ambitions? While phrases like convenience are appealing, they mask the Orwellian reality of potential movement restrictions, and they demand that you ask permission to leave your designated 15-minute areas. Not allowed. Not allowed. This is all fostered by dubious climate change claims used as a Trojan horse driven by misplaced ideology. Let's talk about it. I can't work and get this across to you in 150 words.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Elizabeth Glass has submitted a statement on electric vehicles. Miss Glass, would you like to come forward? Thank you so much.
Democracy at its best. Said after the devolution debate, residents not consulted. True democracy flows from the people to government, not the other way round. Replacing perfectly serviceable council vehicles with EVs to achieve UK 100 ambitious net zero targets ahead of the government's legal target, plus council's own pledge to become carbon neutral by 2030. As reported in the Echo, cost to the taxpayer, nearly £20 million loan for the EVs, plus potentially £3 million per year for not reaching said targets. And how much more? Just two examples to illustrate that we are paying a high price, both financially and to the detriment of services. This is without providing any evidence of the necessity for the pursuit of these goals and without a mandate from us. Democracy at its best? No council, no democracy at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Mr. Alex McKinstry has submitted a statement on Carter's Quay. Mr. McKinstry, would you like to come forward and read your statement? Thank you.
Thursday's Audit and Governance Committee should endorse the suggested investigation into Carter's Quay. Issues include the whirlwind romance conducted between the council and Inland Homes, including the latter's email to planning on the 24th of August 2021. Quote, "The agreement it will be built for BCP Council has now been confirmed." At that point, the proposals hadn't even been before Cabinet, while full council was 3 weeks away. We need to know, too, what credit checks were carried out on the actual development company, Inland Partnerships Limited, which had been trading at a 7-figure loss for 2 years running. Drew Mellor told full council on the 14th of September 2021 that the scheme carried no risks. Since then, Inland Partnerships and its parent company, Inland Homes, guarantor of the scheme, have both entered administration, and the council has effectively paid £15.3 million for extensive piling on land it does not own.
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. We're moving on now to item 6, but before we do, can I ask the members of the public in the gallery, I appreciate that you've been very keen to hear the petitions and statements, and it's quite interesting to hear you clapping, but we do need to be quiet during the debate, so if you wouldn't mind, thank you. And if we move on to item 6, which is the petition, Stop the Closure of Red Hill Paddling Pool, we've had a petition which has 2,000 plus valid signatures, and that's been received from Miss Jocelyn Holbrook on the paddling pool. So, Miss Holbrook, I think you're out there, are you? Thank you. Would you like to come forward and address the council? You've got 3 minutes, and then councillors may ask you questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming forward.
Thank you. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of residents of Red Hill and Northbourne Ward, as well as the neighbouring wards whose residents use or have used Red Hill paddling pool and want to secure its long-term future. I set the petition up in March 2024 after the decision was made to withdraw funding and that Red Hill Pool would close at the end of the season. To date, the petition has secured 5,485 signatures. Red Hill Pool is a cherished local facility that attracts many residents and their children. Whenever you go past the pool, it's busy. Lots of residents that I spoke with over the summer told stories of when they were younger and used the pool and now bring their grandchildren to make the memories that they did. Residents were shocked that the funding to support the pools was removed. Red Hill Pool is so important for children and their physical and mental health. Play is crucial for children's development. It's not just physical, it's building confidence, meeting other children at the pool, and a first introduction to water play. It's also important to families, and not all have gardens, and it also supports the local cafe. BCP has shown commitment to improving play facilities through the £3.9 million of SIL funding, supporting phase 1 of the play strategy. However, this strategy does not mention any of the pools. The pools form part of the play infrastructure on offer to children. You'll find playgrounds next to all of the pools. It's not clear why the pools were omitted from the strategy, as pools are a form of play. This is a huge oversight, and it would have been a way to safeguard the future and direct investment to the pools, ensuring that they are maintained and, most importantly, retained for future generations of children. After I submitted this petition, I received news that £10,000 had been set aside for Red Hill Pool, which means that it will open this year. This is fantastic news, and all of the press releases by BCP and the local newspaper have attracted very positive comments from residents, fully supporting the news that all the pools will open this year. However, Red Hill Pool costs approximately £40,000 a year, and it's not clear where the extra £30,000 of funding is coming from to ensure that it does open this season. Also, the funding is for this year only. So what happens next year? What residents want is clarity on the commitment to the long-term future of Red Hill Pool and how this can be secured, especially if the pools aren't included in the play strategy. I urge you to please back our ward councillors, Councillor Bartlett and Councillor Edwards, to support the long-term retention of Red Hill Pool and find a funding solution. Red Hill Pool is a very important facility within our ward, and whilst residents are delighted that it will open this season, next year is still unknown, and we do not want to see the permanent closure of our pool. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak on behalf of all residents who signed this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Holbrook. Yes, that was a very big petition, 5,485. Well done. Now, we're going to move to debate, councillors, and obviously I'm asking the gallery now to let us speak in silence, if we can do that. Who wants to start us off? Councillor Cooper, I think you might be first.
Okay, thanks for that. It's really good. I mean, we have a lot in common because we have a wonderful paddling pool over at Hamworthy. So a couple of questions. Councillor Hitchcock and I work with the Friends of Hamworthy Park, and we also attend their AGMs and their meetings, and we are fully engaged in working with that group who are raising money. However, like you, we've just been told that we've got funding for just the year, and the public are saying this is really, really good, but I think the long-term strategy is really important. So I suppose, as well as asking the question, are your councillors actively involved with is there an association like the Friends of Hamworthy Park? And forgive my naivety on this one, we're both locked in the Hamworthy ward, if you like, dealing with the same issues. What I would like to say is what you've brought to this chamber is what a lot of people feel right across the conurbation in terms of play and young people and the investment in young people. And there's a couple of things that are coming forward tonight that are all about the investment of children, young people and the families and safety. And this is just as important. So I want to thank you for that, but also make a statement to this chamber, is that if we don't get this right, then there's going to be a lot of hassle when it comes to being voted in at the next local elections or the next things, because people are really angry. They're saying, why can't you do that? And, spend money on this, that and the other. I'm sorry to make a statement, but you've got my support 100%. And I think, although we're different as chalk and cheese, me and Brian, we have the same support. So thank you. There's a question to the council. Can we all get involved and secure them long term, please?
Well, I think it's supposed to be a question to the petitioner.
Yeah,
but thank you anyway.
Apologies.
Thank you. Any more questions? Sorry, where? Oh, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Dower. I can see you over there.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to Council. I think it's really important. It's got my full support, and your councillors in your ward have got my full support for this as well, considering I'm the councillor for Kingston, where a lot of the children there use that paddling pool. I used it for my children when they were little, and my grandchildren, I take them there too. So I think I echo Councillor Cooper's statement about asking, have you got a residents' association set up to help you take this forwards? Thank you.
We don't, because it's council owned, so it'd be very difficult for us to take, funding, because it's council owned, the pool. So I think that's different to Hamworthy. Is it? Okay.
Thank you.
I think that was a yes, was it? Councillor Slade and then Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry, Chair, will we go into debate afterwards? Are we doing questions first or debate after? Debate after. Okay.
Yeah, well, questions, yes, first.
Okay, I'll wait for the debate.
Righty-ho. Councillor Bartlett, question, or are we going into debate?
Madam Chair, I was actually going to answer the question about the Residents' Association, but it's part of the debate. It's not a specific question, so I'll wait till the debate. Thank you.
Do we have any more particular questions for the petitioner before we... Yes, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. We had a very similar issue in Christchurch with the Christchurch Quamps Splash Park many years ago, and we solved this issue in the long term by taking ownership at Christchurch Town Council. Has any of your ward councillors spoken to you about parish or town councils and how they could help in this situation?
Any more questions for the petitioner? So, Councillor Slade, do you want to start the debate then? Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jocelyn. Red Hill Paddling Pool is a much-loved community asset, providing a free and accessible space for families and children to enjoy. Generations have benefited from it, and its potential closure raises serious concerns, not just about this facility, but also how we manage and protect essential local amenities. I recently polled residents in my ward, which borders Red Hill, and the response was overwhelming. That 67% believe the council should find the funds to maintain the pool, and 24% told me that they or their children actually use it. This is just Muscat and Stratton Park that I polled. One resident, who's now 84, told me how she took her grandchildren there, and more recently, struggling with her poor health, she visited again, this time with her daughter, who took her to sit outside the cafe with an ice cream. And she told me, I quote, "The paddling pool was full of children having a lovely time for them and for their parents who might not be able to afford very much. I think the paddling pool is essential, and it would be a huge loss to the area if it were to be closed." Another lady stated that the town is depressing, I believe. Children need to have an enjoyable childhood, and not everyone is well off, and it struggles for a lot of families, and places like this are the heart of communities that people depend on. More and more is being taken from our children, pools, parks and youth centres. These words highlight the real value of this facility. It's not a luxury, but a vital service that our council should be funding. Residents rightly expect their council tax to pay for the maintenance of core community facilities like this. That is why we must establish a task and finish group under overview and scrutiny, and ask overview and scrutiny to, firstly, examine how we got to this situation, investigating the decisions, budgeting and maintenance planning that led to the threat of the closure, and secondly, identify a long-term funding plan with council resources, ensuring Red Hill Paddling Pool is maintained and secured for future generations. We cannot allow short-term financial pressures to lead to the irreversible loss of valued community assets. So I would like to propose a motion to formally ask Overview and Scrutiny to commission a new task and finish group to investigate how we arrived at this situation, establish a long-term financial plan within council resources and report back to full council at a later date. I ask my colleagues to support this motion and stand with our residents in securing the future for Red Hill Paddling Pool.
Councillor Slade, you're proposing this motion. Who's seconding?
Councillor Adams.
Councillor Adams, okay. And you're sending the wording over, are you?
Councillor, just as soon as we've got that wording, we'll check it, then circulate it round, then continue the debate.
Councillor Farquhar, could you stand up and grumble about the noise and then it might stop again as it did before? Sorry, members, I think we're still waiting to get the words. I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to read out the motion that Councillor Slade has put for us, because although it's on your emails, we might not be looking at our emails right at this very second.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm Councillor T. Slade's motion, it is ask Overview and Scrutiny to commission a new task and finish group to investigate how we arrived at this situation, establish a long-term financial plan with council resource and report back to full council at a later date. I ask my colleagues to support this motion and stand with our residents in securing the future of Red Hill Paddling Pool. I understand Councillor Adams is seconding that.
Yeah, cool. Can I reserve my right to speak?
Yes, I thought you were, Councillor Adams. Right, Leader, I think you want to say something.
It's only a question. It's really where the commas are in Councillor Slade's motion. Ask Overview and Scrutiny to commission a new task and finish group to investigate how we arrived at this situation, comma, establish a long-term financial plan. Are we asking Overview and Scrutiny Committee to establish a long-term financial plan, or are we asking Council?
For the Overview and Scrutiny to consider the recommendations, please.
Yes, the monitoring officer is just checking on this. Thank you, Councillor Slade. Members, we're still discussing the wording. Thank you.
So can I just ask Councillor Slade? Councillor Slade, would you accept replacing establish with propose? So the task and finish group, look at how we got here, propose a long-term financial plan, and then report back to full council.
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, members. So that will be... I'm sorry, Councillor Slade, are you talking to the officer?
Sorry, Chair, I was just checking.
Right, so the wording has been changed. So, members, we're going to move to a debate on this because we have a mover and a seconder. Do I have some speakers, or do we... Right. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think, unfortunately, this proposal is asking for an answer which we know what it is in advance. It's a combination of 14 years of austerity, of giving up 1 year's worth of the social care precept, which is costing this council year on year. And it's also that until late last year, we had no play strategy. We had play areas that needed to be refurbished and looked after, and no strategy to do that. That's been adopted now. Paddling pools, presumably like skate parks and other things, need to be sort of perhaps looked at in the longer term. But I do think, and I know it's not going to be a universally popular idea, but as has been said by a colleague from Christchurch, the long-term security of facilities like this could lie within parish and town councils. And I know that Redhill is one of the areas that put in a valid application to be considered for a parish, and that the working group has supported that. Because I do think that because the money needing to be spent on children's services and social care is so huge, it's crippling this council, and it's making it more and more difficult to keep these things going. So I do think that there is an answer, but I don't think it's an answer which will have immediate effect, because there's bound to be a sort of delay. But I do think that we know why this has happened, we know what's caused it, and I don't actually see the need to establish a working group to just find out what we already know. But let's try to work to a future and do something about it in the longer term. And the options are there.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Farr, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Chair. As a local parent, I have fond memories of my son and his friends from nursery school and primary school having a great time at Redhill Park paddling pool, splashing about and having a picnic and ice cream afterwards in the sunshine. I support finding a long-term solution to keeping the paddling pool open for use every year. It would be a shame if future generations missed out on the same enjoyment. Therefore, I support the recommendation of establishing a task and finish group, seeking a long-term solution for the future of the paddling pool that is popular with so many local children and families, not just in Redhill, but also neighbouring areas like Kinston and West Howe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Hadley, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think it is great to see the popular support for this and the work that Jocelyn Holbrook has done in bringing it to our attention. But as Councillor Trent has already said, the reason why we are having to make really difficult decisions on so many of our services is because of conservative austerity over a long period. And the funding for Redhill Paddling Pool was actually cancelled under a Conservative budget under the previous administration, with a 6-month deferral to implementation. And we have attempted to make short-term changes to try and keep this going and the other pools going over the last couple of years. The question was asked by the petitioner, where is the rest of the money coming from? The team within Environment have committed to doing it in place of other duties to try and keep this going, and as highlighted, as a stopgap. I'm not sure that actually going through, it doesn't say which overview and scrutiny board. I think it would be place and environment overview and scrutiny would be the appropriate one if it was so, but that's up to the chair of that committee to take it on, frankly. So I think there's we know the answer to this. It's a really popular facility. The play strategy, the money that we've managed to find for that, 3.9 million, a great achievement actually for this council, which certainly I met with the MP for East Bournemouth this week, and he was singing our praises in terms of the work we've done there. But it's one-off money, and the money that we need, you need 3 times a day. You need someone to go and inspect the pool and make sure that it's safe and that appropriate chemicals are put in to keep it safe for children to play in. That's a huge commitment, and that's the challenge that we have year on year with these pools. I think also we only have a few pools in certain areas of the conurbation. It's not something that was in the play strategy, and sadly, there are other communities that it would be lovely to have a paddling or play pool in as well. We need to try and preserve what we can. We have undertaken to try and find a means to keep it going for this year. At the moment, we don't have funds because of all the commitments that we have to make for the longer term. And I think that the community governance review and the opportunity of a town council to pick up that would be the longer term way to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Atkinson. Oh, Councillor Aikenhead, I'm so sorry. I wrote down the wrong name.
Okay, thank you. I'm absolutely, certainly going to support this motion because I believe that children's play is so important, and paddling pools are such an important part of that. It is so important that we look into these things and that we don't just look into them, we actually do them. So I'm going to support it, and what this motion is about is absolutely something that I think we should all support. Here comes the but, okay? I'm really dismayed by the lack of understanding of scrutiny that is in this motion. As a vice chair of one of the scrutiny committees, I think it's really important that we all understand what scrutiny is about and how it works. So, yes, you can ask the Scrutiny Committee to consider this matter, and I think it's a really great matter for Scrutiny to be considering, but we should not be telling the Scrutiny Committee to set up task and finish groups. That is their decision, how they do the scrutiny. Maybe they'll want to have an inquiry day. Maybe they'll want to have a report from officers first. There are many ways we can do scrutiny, and task and finish group is not the only one. So please, when you write your motions, allow scrutiny committees to make their own decisions. I'm glad the word was changed from establish, because also here we are asking the scrutiny committee to do the work of the cabinet, and that is also not appropriate. And also scrutiny committees very rarely will report back to full council. It would be much more appropriate for the scrutiny committee to decide to make recommendations. Maybe those recommendations would be to full council, maybe they would be to cabinet, and in this case that would probably be most appropriate. So I would suggest that although obviously this was in response to a petition, I understand that we're all thinking on our feet, but in future let's just think about how scrutiny works and make sure that we build that into our motions. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, you wish to speak again, I believe. No, you don't. Okay. In that case, I've got Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, thank you for the member of the public for bringing this petition forward. I think this is exactly the kind of thing that petitions are designed to bring to our attention. And just a couple of points I would make to both Councillor Trent and Councillor Hadley. The idea that we don't need to talk about this because we know the answer is not only completely against the spirit of the petitioners that have brought this to us, but actually is just not true. We've actually never had a discussion about this and about whether this should be a priority compared to a number of other things. And I just do not accept the version of reality that just because a decision has been made by one aspect of the council previously, that everything is off the table and we should never look at it again, particularly when we hear the strength of opinion from thousands of people. So I do agree with this motion. I do absolutely think this is the kind of thing that we should be doing a deep dive into, because it is a balance of priorities, and it is a balance of priorities particularly when we hear from residents and members of the public. With regard to the idea that the easy solution of this is not to talk about it, not to do a deep dive, not discuss it, not to listen to the public, but instead just to put more tax onto people by arbitrarily creating town and parish councils, is just not the answer in my view. There are duties and responsibilities that every council should have, and just delegating it to somebody else or to community groups is really a dereliction of duty, and I don't think is necessarily the response that we should take. So I really think we should get behind this. The ability of doing this will be to have that deeper look and to bring back some recommendations. That hasn't been done to date. It shows that we are listening to the public. And with regard to Councillor Aikenhead's slight lecture on overview and scrutiny, it is absolutely within the full council's ability to request overview and scrutiny to look at something. We've done it before, I'm sure we will again. And indeed, I would point out that in the Constitution, when it talks about petitions, one of the recommendations it makes is to send it to overview and scrutiny for further consideration. That's exactly what Councillor Slade is doing. He's a brand new councillor as well, so congratulations on bringing this and having the foresight to be able to do it. So I think we should all just get behind this, and then we can have that deeper look and show that we're actually listening to the public.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Tarling, you wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. And wow, we're getting a lesson today, aren't we, in procedure. And thank you, Councillor Aikenhead, for raising this, and Councillor Broadhead for your response. I think I'm learning something every day in this chamber. I'd refer back to, I'm councillor which covers the Quamps Splash Park in Christchurch Town, which was taken over by Christchurch Town Council, and a question was raised by one of my fellow Christchurch councillors about community groups and transfer of assets. I've just learnt that we're in the process, or just processing, that we're transferring an asset, the Hengistbury Head Outdoor Centre, which I'm very pleased about, putting it into proper public ownership. And I hear what Councillor Broadhead says, that the only reason to create a parish council is to manage a splash park. Well, I know sometimes as a parish council or a town council, it can feel fairly minor compared to what we do in this chamber, and you know, it's not the biggest budget of the world, but we do other stuff, and certainly local representation is something I'm very proud of. Hence, I'm a town councillor as well. I'm very supportive of the adoption of the Quamps Park. It costs a huge amount of money to run. It's a maintenance headache for the town council, safety-wise, testing chemicals and stuff like that. But we are responsive. We can deal with that. Or I'd say almost better than perhaps BCP did. So I would implore the residents to get behind our community governance review, decide if you want your own parish council to represent yourself. If you don't, that's fine. You can come back here and ask this council again to keep running the splash park, or you can consider running it over yourself like we've done in Christchurch. I don't have a strong opinion either way of that. I'm just saying that there is another option which you are free to challenge. But no, thank you for the debate. I won't be supporting it because of, as Councillor Aikenhead said, it's worth, as a councillor, you can take and recommend anything to an overview and scrutiny committee, but to compel a task and finish group, I think is going a bit ultra vires as a chamber. I'm willing to be re-educated by Councillor Broadhead on that though, but thank you very much for the lesson I'm getting today.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. I think we're straying a bit into the realms of other views, aren't we, with parish councils and what have you. I think the leader was next on my list. Is that right, leader?
Yep. Well, I don't know. You've got the list. Okay. Am I okay to speak? Yep. Thank you, Ms. Holbrook, and thank you to the thousands of concerned families who signed the petition. And as a child, my grandparents would take me and my siblings to Red Hill and Hamworthy parks on days out. And I'm really pleased that despite the pressures on all local authority budgets and reduced funding for non-statutory spend, that we've been able to announce that all 4 splash parks are opening this summer. As a council, we're committed to improving the lives of children and young people and have acknowledged the importance of quality play spaces as set out in the BCP Council Shared Vision Corporate Strategy. We've worked with communities to secure a sustainable future of the three of the 4 splash parks alongside local stakeholders, community groups and Christchurch Town Council. And I'd like to thank them for the work that they've done and continue to do to maintain those splash parks. As part of our commitment, we've also adopted an ambitious play strategy, the Plan for Play, which will lead to high quality, safe and inclusive and sustainable play spaces that are open all year round. And in December, we allocated £3.9 million of infrastructure funding. However, it's important we recognise the funding position of local authorities is incredibly different to when I was young, and has been acknowledged across the country with a record amount of one-off exceptional financial support for local authorities, which we've been able to avoid, and cuts to local services that residents expect to receive from their councils as pressures in core services continue to grow whilst government funding has dramatically reduced. I can tell Councillor Slade how we ended up here, and it's called austerity. In BCP, the paddling pools were first identified as a saving in 23-24 under the Conservative administration, listed as, if community management/transfer of paddling pools and if not secured, close. That's it. But last-minute funding from government saved them from being cut. Then in 24-25 budget, we prioritised finding solutions despite making £38 million of savings in 1 year. And we've done it again in 25-26, despite another £7.8 million of savings following a large and unexpected bill for national insurance contributions that we were promised would be covered by central government. I'm okay to support Councillor Slade's motion, but I take on board what Councillor Aitken has said about the instruction to scrutiny. In the meantime, we'll continue to support sustainable funding solutions as we have been actively doing for the year. In the meantime, I would also urge the community to consider how they may be able to assist in creating a sustainable funding solution, and in particular looking at the community governance review that has the ability to establish town and parish councils, like the Quamps in Christchurch. As town and parish councils are really well placed to sustain community facilities like local paddling pools. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Martin, did you want to make a point of order? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, it looked like such an urgent hand. Right, members, I now have on my list Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try and be really quick because I know that a lot of people want to speak. I'm pretty much in favour of this motion, and I'm also quite sure that it probably found its way somewhere to Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny, although I'm pretty sure Councillor Bartlett will want to take me out back and fight me for it at some point as well to get it there, so we'll see. But what I was going to suggest is actually just amending the motion slightly, if Councillor Slade, you'll accept it, and it's basically to delete quite a few of the words and just make it a little bit less specific. So I can send it round, but what I want to do is just change it to read, ask overview and scrutiny, how we arrived at this situation, and investigate ways in which the paddling pools can remain open. Just keep it really plain and simple, because there may be more solutions than coming up with just a financial plan using council resource, and it gives overview and scrutiny the scope to do a further investigation into there may be multiple ways or different ways in which each paddling pool can be kept open. And I think that's the best way. I mean, some have friends of groups, some doesn't, so there's obviously nuances in the way they are. So if I can send this round and ask that this amendment is looked at. Thank you.
Yes, the first question, Councillor Rigby, is that whether Councillor Slade understood the amendment to his motion, and if he would accept it without us having to go through the rigours of voting on that first. Councillor Slade, did you get that? Do you feel it can be amended? I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to read the suggestion from Councillor Rigby.
Chair. Councillor Rigby has proposed the deletion of some words. So his proposed amendment would read, ask overview and scrutiny to investigate how we arrived at this situation and investigate ways in which the paddling pools can remain open. Councillor Rigby has deleted the following words, to commission a new task and finish group, and he's also deleted establish, which Councillor Slade accepted the change of word to propose, a long-term financial plan within council resource. Councillor Rigby has also proposed the deletion of the words and report back to council at a later date.
So, Councillor Slade, did I ask you before, are you in favour of accepting that amendment to your motion?
I'm okay with it all, bar I would want to keep in and report back to full council, which has been removed.
I'd accept that. If full council wanted to be the place to report back to, I think that's fine. It'd find its way here anyway.
Councillors, have you all had a chance to look at your emails and check or understand what Councillor Rigby's plan is? And would we accept that? Agreed? Right. So, can the monitoring officer, for my benefit, read out now what we do have, please?
I will have a go. So I think the proposed substantive motion that Councillor Slade has agreed to is as follows. Ask overview and scrutiny to investigate how we arrived at this situation and investigate ways in which the paddling pools can remain open and report back to full council at a later date. I think that is the agreed wording that the Chair is asking for a consensus for.
Yes. If I can make a personal quibble, we don't actually need at a later date, because it would be, wouldn't it? But that's like the fullness of time.
We don't actually need full.
No. Okay. But no, that's fine, Councillor Rigby. Thank you, Councillor Slade. And so we do all accept that, I hope. Thank you. Now, I do have, to continue the debate on the whole thing, I don't know which Councillor Salmon was first. Was it you? But are you saying something else, Joe? Yes. Can we be brief? Because I think now we should just go to the vote. But Councillor Salmon first.
To be honest, Chair, I'm happy to forego. I think we have spent long enough on this. Thanks.
Well, I think we have debated very well. I'm sorry, Councillor Martin, you slipped off the edge there. Councillor Bartlett, do you want to have the last word as you are, in fact, the ONS board?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks. First of all, I'd really like to pay a large vote of thanks to Jocelyn Holbrook for presenting this petition. And, you know, when you think that you have 5,485 signatures, I hope that number registers with all the members in this council this evening. That's a huge, huge number. And it gives the weight of feeling that there is about this issue within the ward and the ward surrounding it, and actually much further afield. I'd like to thank the leader for agreeing to give another year in which we can look at this, and that's very much appreciated. And I'm sure the residents will be absolutely delighted with that. Just to give a bit of background, before I answer the question about the Friends of Red Hill Park, we don't have a Friends of Red Hill Park, and I'll come for the reasons for that in a minute. But when this, the proposal to cut the paddling pool was made, we did look in detail at the options for keeping it going. We investigated every minute detail of its operations and what its costs were, and we came to the conclusion that you need a substantial organisation to continue to run the pool in a professional way in which it currently is. And, and for that to be sustainable, it actually reduced the options that are available. The options of sponsorship and things like that are very difficult. But nevertheless, we did come up with some options which we presented to officers as long ago as March last year. And I have to tell you how disappointed I was when the play strategy was published, that it did not include the options for including the paddling pools. I did ask that question at Cabinet. I never got a satisfactory answer. The answer was that it was never in the scope, which to a point gives a degree of predetermination of the whole issue and how enthusiastic actually the administration was for actually supporting pools. But nevertheless, I've pursued that with officers, and they are currently looking at options, and there may be options which I can't disclose, which could potentially provide a solution to this particular issue. One of the options, of course, in addition, is the potential for parishing. And if it all comes to an end, then if that's the only way we keep the pool open, that's what we will do. But I will support this motion because it puts it on the table and in public, and we can have some visibility, transparency of the debate, and actually get a proper recommendation rather than be dealt with behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Now, I'm going to ask Councillor Adams, who seconded, whether you wish to speak now.
I'll be quick, I promise. Yes, please. I agree completely with the spirit and the aims of the petition and Councillor Bartlett's very valid points. I signed the petition myself and I'm completely unsurprised at the weight of feeling and support for the pool in the community. Councillor Bartlett did drop around a whole stack of cards with information and QR codes to my mum, which I was really excited to get out and deliver, but after he dropped them off, my mum got her hands on them and did all the heavy work for me, giving them out to her friends. I used to go there almost weekly as a kid in the summer holidays, and the word breaching describes what whales do when they jump out of the water. That was basically my summers growing up. I now take my niece and I fully recognise the social value and feel investments such as this really pay off in the long term, and I don't think why should we create a bunch of councils to pay council tax or make the residents pay for it? This is the very basic stuff our residents really want. We spend much higher quantities on absolute rubbish that people don't want, don't need or don't care for. I accept financing's tight, but we do see it every week in the Echo. 220k on audio equipment. We already have microphones, and I accept the old camera makes me look a bit fat, but the new one's not going to fix that. We spend tens of thousands on a transport advisory committee that hasn't met to advise on any transport yet, and new planning committees and things like that. Obviously, in Christchurch, you've got a cheap car park to pay for your pools, but we don't have that option in Redhill. I don't think there are any public paid car parks. So I welcome Councillor Slade's motion. 5,000 residents expect us to do something, so why can't we just try? So I only hope this will lead to something being done about it. Thank you, Councillor Slade, and thank you.
Councillor Slade, would you like to sum up? Thank you.
Just to say thank you for the support, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Lakehead. I understand and accept and will take on board your comments and hope you'll appreciate that I'm only 4 months into the job.
Right, members. And can I say to Jocelyn, who's still up in the gallery, I hope you think we've had a good debate on that. I think we have. So we have the motion before us, and it's been debated fully and changed. Can we have a show of hands on this, or are we all in consensus? Is it a show of hands? I think somebody said they weren't going to vote for it, didn't they, over there? So show of hands, all in favour? Oh. Yes. Yes. So that is unanimous, despite somebody saying, I'm not going to support it.
A point of order, personal clarification for the Chair. I did say I wouldn't support it prior to the amendment. It was then heavily amended, at which point I can support it. So I thank everybody that has contributed to it, and I hope the Chair doesn't mind me making this point of clarification for herself rather than for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling, for a very good explanation. Thank you, members, and thank you, Jocelyn, very much for your very good petition. Thank you. Oh, right, sorry. Recommendations from Cabinet. Now, we're going to consider the recommendations at items 7 to 12, which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda, but I want to highlight that there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and therefore are not before the Council. So, as set out in correspondence from Democratic Services, agenda items 7 and 9 were added to the agenda in error because these items were resolved at the Council meeting held on the 10th of December 2024. So they have been withdrawn from this evening's agenda. And I've also agreed to vary the order of the agenda to take item 11 first, and then follow that with item 8, as these items are linked. So, we go on to item 11, Audit and Governance Committee, 27th of January 2025, minute number 64, and this is increased borrowing, Hawkwood Road and Housing Delivery Council, New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy, which we can sum up as CNHAS. Councillor Andrews, I understand you're going to move the recommendations, and we have Councillor Connolly seconding the move.
Thank you very much. As a quick preamble, as per an email sent to councillors from Democratic Services, the actual wording of the A&G recommendation has been improved in its clarity and explanation, and indeed agreed with the officers and the portfolio holder, Councillor Cox. And I do actually thank Councillor Bartlett for raising the matter. So for actual clarity, perhaps I will actually read out what it actually now says. I'll get it up on my screen. So A now reads approval of an increase of the 9.3 million in the authorised borrowing limit of the council to accommodate the HRA 6.1 million for social, rent / shared ownership, and the 3.2 million in the general fund of prudential borrowing for option 1 of the scheme, and the proposal in the business cases for financing of this debt, or B, approval of an increase of 6.9 million in the authorised borrowing limit of the council in the HRA for social, rent / shared ownership of prudential borrowing for option 2 of this scheme, and the proposal if the business cases for the financing of this debt if option 1 cannot be delivered. So, for some explanation as to why this has come to full council from A&G, I would explain that on the 27th of Jan, A&G approved a recommendation to Council of a business case for Hawkwood Road development and indeed harbour sales purchase. The reason for the recommendation for A&G is due to the decision on the 27th of July 2023, which the committee agreed to reduce the Council's debt threshold and thus reduce the risks associated with high levels of debt. In addition, to strengthen the governance arrangements around any proposal to increase debt in the future, A&G Committee will also need to consider the robustness of the ability of any significant new business case to service its debt obligations. It is therefore for A&G to be satisfied that business cases are robust enough to generate sufficient resources to satisfy the future interest and the capital debt repayments associated with these schemes. Just to explain why the harbour sales purchase isn't being looked at this evening, that has been paused at this time to allow further due diligence work to be carried out. The Hawkwood Road scheme was approved by the committee, but noting that funding strategy requires Homes England grant and that no award for the work contracts will be issued until we have secured the grant. If the grant is not forthcoming, a new report will go back to Cabinet for approval. And I believe my Vice Chair will second this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Connolly, you want to second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second this. I don't have too much more to add than that. I think that I wanted to flag that I think it's really great practice that we now have this debt ceiling and we take a separate decision, as well as the business case discussion of the individual project. There is then a separate A&G process to consider whether that business case is sufficiently robust to justify the increased borrowing. So I think that's a much more belt and braces approach to considering this borrowing. I wanted to thank Councillor Bartlett for proposing an amendment to the wording. All who've looked at it think that it makes it clearer, so that's very welcome. And then finally, as a resident of Boscombe, I'm absolutely delighted that this is going ahead. I think it's going to be transformative for the area. This is exactly the sort of thing we need to be borrowing to spend money, and I'm very, very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly. Right, councillors, does anybody wish to speak on minute 87? And bearing in mind that there are some appendices attached which are exempt, so we have to be careful not to move into those. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. The report does make many caveats about whether these schemes are actually deliverable. The dependency on the HRA grant, for example, and an agreement with the NHS. Given that the planning consent was granted, I think, probably a year ago, we now seem to be up against a stopgap where we potentially could lose some of the funding if we do not start the work by a certain date. So I've got concerns about the process that we've got, and we're really up against the stops now. If we don't agree to this tonight and there's a further delay, well, I'm actually questioning whether this is achievable within the timescales that the report now sets out. So I do support the schemes, but I just think in terms of the process, we're up against the stops on this. We really ought not to be. I think we need to be asking the questions why. Thank you.
Councillor Aikenhead.
So I won't say anything that's in the confidential bit, but I just want to say that how much I welcome the fact that we are proposing to do this. The Harbour Cell building is in my ward, and I have noticed that it has been empty for a long time and hasn't really been used for a long time. And we know how much we need housing. And we know that we're having to put people up in bed and breakfast. So I think this is a really good example of where we are spending a one-off amount of money, getting some grants together so that we can, in the long run, actually save money at the same time as providing people with housing that they need. Thank you.
Right, thank you, members. It seems there's no more debate. Councillor Andrews, do you want to sum up for us before we go to the vote?
Well, very briefly, Councillor Bartlett's comment about planning consent, I don't know exactly when it ends, but there's always a device of digging a trench to implement the consent, so it's a live one, but obviously the officers can deal with the aspect of it lapsing or needing to be implemented. Thank you. Let's go to the vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Members, do we have consensus on this? Agreed? Right, thank you. That's agreed. Now, sorry, I'm getting confused in my papers because we now go back to item 8, Cabinet of the 10th of December 2024, minute number 90, Hawkwood Road Phase 2. Councillor Kieran Wilson, I understand you're going to move this recommendation, and we have Councillor David Brown to second. Is that right? So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. The report sets out the redevelopment opportunity at Hawkwood Road that we just briefly spoke about. It's obviously a priority project for the Boscombe Towns Fund. We recently brought this report and paper through for the community centre part of the scheme. The report went through Cabinet in December and covers the residential part of the scheme. The report outlines two options for delivery, either mixed-use site for residential home and a clinical facility in collaboration with the NHS, subject to contract, or a 100% residential scheme, which is option 2. And that would be a fallback option, because as Councillor Bartlett raised, that there is, concerns within the timescales. However, in an update to the report that came in December, we have signed just before Christmas a memorandum of understanding with the NHS, and we are heading up terms of reference with them. So that is progressing well currently, but we still have that fallback if necessary. The report, as I've just mentioned, confirms that we will, endeavour to do our best to pursue option 1, the mixed-use project. The current financial viability is dependent on Homes England grant, as Councillor Bartlett also pointed out. for 100% affordable homes and sufficient headroom within the housing revenue account. And again, it's something that we're in constant contact with in terms of trying to progress that. Hawkwood Road delivers obviously significant social and physical regeneration for Boscombe, and it's a very exciting opportunity, and the project will deliver much needed social housing within our area. So I'm really happy to put forward the report as set out, whilst appreciating the caveats raised.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to second and speak?
I'm happy to second. I'll just retain my right to speak later.
Members, do we have debate on this? Is that Councillor Salmon over there? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, bear with me. I don't usually get my hand up first. So I just wanted to say, it's been touched on already, but I am a bit frustrated that this scheme appears to be at risk of being weakened by delays in decision-making that are outside the Council's control. Delay from Homes England in relation to the level of grant being offered and consequent impacts on the type of rent arrangements that can be offered in terms of how truly affordable they might be, and delay from the NHS in relation to the commissioning of the clinical facility. And I'd really just like to urge those bodies to pull their fingers out and give BCP a fighting chance of delivering a high-quality regeneration scheme, providing social homes and new healthcare facilities, both of which we know are urgently needed in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Tarling, did you indicate?
Yeah, thank you very much. I was involved in the planning committee for this, and obviously a massive scheme for the council. I just want to commend Councillor Wilson for clarifying the point regarding the NHS, and I'm very pleased to hear that that is going ahead, because it's an integral part of the scheme that makes it work, the doctor surgeries and creating a reason for people to come into that part, as well as social, very much needed social housing. So I'd like to just commend everybody for this, and certainly Councillor Wilson for clarifying what was probably the only question I had outstanding, and urge other councillors to support this scheme. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Jackie, yes.
Thank you, Chair. It actually says in the report it's oral health care at this facility. Can we guarantee, I mean, we've got a tremendous shortage of NHS dentists in this area. Can we guarantee that the NHS will deliver dentists for us there?
What's his name? Yes. Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak before I asked for summing up?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly, obviously, in support of the report, and very pleased with what Councillor Wilson's obviously just said about the discussions with the NHS. I'm very much in favour, particularly of the option one, because as it says in the report, it delivers public health benefits by bringing healthcare into the community, and it particularly ticks a couple of boxes around preventative services and addressing health inequalities. It's one of those parts of the BCP area where it's really important that we actually get to work on the ground in addressing sort of health inequalities, and those are two of the key areas that certainly I have discussions at the Integrated Care Partnership with NHS colleagues and other sort of representatives, to the priority areas that we really need to be working on. So I think if we can deliver that option one, that really it helps us to bring something to the table when we meet with our NHS partners in the Integrated Care Partnership, to be able to say this is something that we're doing in BCP, which is really moving those agendas forward for our residents.
Councillor Wilson, can you sum up before we go to the vote? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. In terms of everyone's support, I really appreciate it. Coming back to Councillor Edwards' question, we can't guarantee that because there is no guarantees as we go forward with this scheme. As I say, we're still under discussions with the NHS. They're progressing well. The idea currently is, in terms of oral health, a training facility that would have appointment spaces, but again, no guarantees, and I wouldn't be able to stand here and give you those. But touch wood, that will be something that we'll see. And yeah, appreciate everyone's support and welcome much needed social housing. So thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right, do we have consensus on this item? Agreed? Thank you. Item 10 is the Licensing Committee of the 12th of December 2024, which is consideration of the revised scrap metal dealer policy. Councillor Flagg, I understand you're going to move the recommendations and Councillor Alistair Keddy will second this move. So that's Councillor Flagg first, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Scrap Metal Dealers Act allows local authorities to regulate and issue licences to certain types of scrap metal operators. This includes mobile collectors, sites and motor salvage operators. There are two types of licences that can be issued to individuals who operate as scrap metal dealer, which is defined as someone who buys or sells scrap metal. Namely, collector licences are issued to someone who goes door to door collecting scrap metal, and site licences, as the name indicates, is issued to sites where scrap metal is stored. The current BCP scrap metal dealers policy came into force in 2020 as a result of the merger of the three legacy councils. The policy sets out the guidelines for anyone carrying out the business of scrap metal dealer within the BCP conurbation, and it explains the process followed by the licensing authority before a licence can be issued. The policy is aimed at new applicants, existing licensees wishing to renew their scrap metal licence, licensing officers, councillors and partner agencies. The policy is reviewed at least every 5 years. There have not been any significant changes to legislation and guidance since the current policy was introduced, and as such, there were only minor amendments made. The updated policy was agreed by the full Licensing Committee on the 12th of December 2024 and is now presented to full Council for ratification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flagg. Councillor Keddy, you want to second, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have nothing much to add on top of the excellent summary offered by Councillor Flagg. This was a light touch refresh of the existing policy, and I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Does anybody wish to say anything on this? Right, then, can I ask if we accept this by consensus? Agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Flagg and Councillor Keddy. Item 12, Cabinet, 5th of February 2025, minute number 115, Phase 2 Council Sustainable Fleet Management Strategy and the Fleet Replacement Programme. Councillor Andy Hadley is going to move this recommendation, and then Councillor Herritt is going to second the move. So, Councillor Hadley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really important part of the Council's work in terms of keeping our services running. The fleet team is quite a small team, but they maintain about 600 vehicles that are on the road, some of them for 16 hours a day, the waste fleet, in order to empty people's bins and to look after our highways, fix potholes, and run social care and support transport and social transport and other things. The team have undertaken already the Phase 1 renewal. It's one of the challenges that in the previous pool council there was money out of revenue to fund renewal of our fleet. I understand that wasn't the case in Bournemouth and in Christchurch, and that's been the challenge, and that's why this is a call on capital reserves to be able to, or on capital monies to be able to do this across BCP at the present time. We have, under Phase 1, replaced about 400 vehicles, of which 74 were electric vehicles. I'd just like to comment on the statement that was made earlier, because it was a bit, it would be helpful to clarify. The £20 million over 3 years that the Phase 2 strategy is intending is about half electric vehicles and half diesel vehicles. And the reason for that is partly a number of challenges about our current locations for the depots, our capacity for recharging electric vehicles, but also, and I pursued this at some length in getting this paper to you, that our cars and small vans are over their lifetime more economic. The electric vehicles are more economic than diesel-run vehicles. The larger vans, the waste fleet, that's not yet the case. And we do have a few electric vehicles, and they are better in terms of safety because the crew can hear each other talking. They're better in terms of quietness for the early morning collections in terms of the public perception of a noisy bin lorry coming past, and have lower maintenance costs, but they are much more expensive to buy in the first place. So it's a dynamic situation. It's one that I think is being managed. I went to see the team and understand their world in some detail very recently, and I think they do a really good job at trying to make the best investments on an ongoing basis over the period. And this expenditure, should Council agree to it, will enable them to continue to do that, to progress our commitments to reducing our climate footprint and to keeping our fleet running. Because we run, because we're emptying bins obviously in a very tight schedule around our area, having a newer bin lorry is a really important feature of that. If a lorry is out of service, then it becomes a real challenge. Sorry, I'm out of time, wasn't I? Yeah, it's really important that we do this, I think, in terms of keeping our services running. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Herritt, you wish to second?
I will second and reserve my right to speak.
Well, that depends. Is there anybody who wishes to speak? In which case, Councillor Herritt. Oh, yes. Councillor Beasley, you do. Thank you, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wondered if I could just make a couple of points to which there may be answers from the seconder. So I note that this is going to be a call on capital. My experience is about leasing vehicles, which is obviously a call on revenue, but within there, wrapping it up in terms of maintenance and other costs. And the other point I wanted to really raise here was what happens at the end of the term, because we've got a situation here where we're talking about more diesel and indeed petrol vehicles in addition to the electric vehicles. And of course, we don't know what the residual value of those vehicles is likely to be. We might have put an estimate in, but frankly, things are moving so fast nowadays that their obsolescence is likely to come about even more quickly than we're expecting today, particularly on the diesel vehicles. And I just worry that we're piling up a problem for the future, a few years away, admittedly, that may disappoint us in terms of the residual value that comes back to this council. So it's about, should we be looking more specifically at the leasing side, and indeed, should we be keeping that under constant review? But secondly, it is about residual value, and I think it's something that we do need to think about for the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Adam.
Again, I'm hoping my... Oh, sorry, Chair. Again, I'm hoping my point can be clarified. It's very short and sweet. I was just hoping we're not buying any of the electric RCV vehicles, the ones that are 160 grand a year more, because if so, that seems obscene. I can get the point for the other ones that are more economical, but to buy a load of vans that are 160 grand each more, and you can't park them within 2.2 metres according to 0.35, I think it is, of the report, because it creates a risk of making Southcote Road look like a Michael Bay movie with explosions everywhere. Doesn't seem great, but if you could confirm we're not buying any of the big ones, that'd be excellent.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more speakers before a yes? Councillor Rigg.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just actually another question as well. Within this paper, there was a recommendation which was in here, which was a move towards HVO fuels, which we were using as BCP Council a few years ago before that decision was reversed based on expense of them. And I was just wondering whether that made up part of the strategy which we're voting on, or if that is just in there as something which is being looked at for potential in the future. And the only other thing I'd add is please buy the bin lorries that are going to keep working, because I don't think any of our inboxes can take it if they start breaking down more. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I would also just like to add about the HVO and concerns about the statistics of it reducing carbon footprint by 90%. I think there's a lot of debate around that, and I think it would, along with Councillor Rigby, it's not clear in the paper whether we are actively moving towards that sort of in terms of a decision tonight, but I think that is something that we need to be seriously looking at and considering. And then the other aspect is with regards to reducing the amount of usage of these vehicles. So in general, when we're talking about decarbonising any transportation, the first aspect is reducing the mileage of any particular vehicle. And there's not really much mention of that within this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers that I haven't seen? Then I think we do have to now go to Councillor Herritt.
I'm going to ask if the Finance Director might be able to answer the technical aspects of those questions, please.
Adam is just coming forward.
So just to clarify the details of the report, these vehicle purchases will be capital acquisitions. They will be funded through potential borrowing, and you're setting aside within your revenue account sufficient funds over the period of the plan to actually cover those repayments, so that when the vehicle gets to, say, the 8th year, you should then have revenue provision to then go through the cycle again. So that's the intent, is to gradually build up revenue as these vehicles get replaced, so that you can then provide in perpetuity the replacement of the vehicles. Does that make sense? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Now, anybody else wish to speak before Councillor Herritt then does speak?
I don't.
I'm really building you up here, Rich, aren't I?
It's going to be pretty short, to be honest. There's not really much to add at this point. I think Adam has answered the technical stuff on the leasing versus the arrangements, and obviously on the electric kind of waste vehicles. It was interesting that the query from Councillor Adams is in direct opposition to the query from Councillor Beasley. So there's probably a no-win in that situation. To answer that question, but I'll defer now to Councillor Hadley to sum up.
Councillor Hadley, would you wish to sum up now? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will attempt to answer the several questions that have come forward. So from Councillor Beasley in terms of licensing, yes, absolutely it's kept under review. The advice I'm given is quite clearly that we sweat our assets quite heavily, and that extends, that we're taking the life beyond the life you would expect with a leasing company, and particularly because we have low mileage, because we're a condensed urban area. Often the leasing companies will build in a factor of profit and a factor of risk, which you pay for. So the costs are generally not as good as funding it ourselves through prudential borrowing and just paying the interest payments on that. Is the advice that I've had on that. In terms of the end-of-term value, I think you're right. You know, there is an uncertainty in the future. I don't have a crystal ball for that, but I think you're right in terms of the diesel vehicles. Our current bit, and it's in the report, that we are getting over £1 million in residual value. And the bit that I ran out of time before I stopped myself was that because for people who are doing commercial pickups, they can just tell their few customers, we'll come to see you tomorrow and go and grab another van. We can't do that without significant disruption to many households. So that's why we're renewing our fleet and selling them second-hand. And we're selling them earlier than we're not running them into the ground before we sell them, so there is a residual value there. But you're right, there is an uncertainty in what that will be at the time that vehicles we're buying now are sold. In terms of Councillor Adams and the electric RCVs, it's a general problem with fleet management, and it's one of the areas that, because we have very constrained sites for both our depots at Southcote Road and at Fleetsbridge, Hatch Pond, we do have a problem with physical space to store the vehicles at all. It's the same as the bus company, so I went to see the Moorbus depot very recently, and they're having the same problem in thinking about electrifying their fleet. They will need more physical space, and it is a known problem that if you've got a whole stack of vehicles, I mean, it's a problem with diesel vehicles, it's not actually unique to electric vehicles, but that is part of why we're looking at new depot, new combined depot location for the longer term. Councillor Rigby and HVOs, we do have some HVOs. The team have retained some HVOs within the fleet to be able to understand the long-term running, and effectively you can just drop HVO in place of diesel in the same engine. So it's something that we can switch to. It doesn't form part of the discussion today, which is part of the question from Councillor Rice, but it is part of a debate that we need to have around our climate targets, and if we want to make rapid progress reducing our climate footprint, there's a cost, and the cost is about £250,000 extra a year to move over to that. So there's a challenge there for us, I think. And the bin lorries not breaking down, absolutely, I think that's a key thing for us all. In terms of reducing usage from vehicles, the Councillor Rice's second point, one of the elements that we need to look at in terms of the waste fleet particularly is optimising the rounds. And there are rounds that work on the old boundaries, the old pool boundaries, Bournemouth, Cranston, Christchurch boundaries, and it would be more efficient to work across those boundaries. So there's some current work looking at optimising the rounds, which will reduce the mileage that those vehicles do. The other element, because we've got to retender our whole waste operation, is looking at how we can make sure that the mileage to then go and dump the contents of the bin lorries is reduced. So it is part of the discussion in terms of looking at how we retender our fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Members, I'm going to ask for a show of hands in support of this. All those in favour? Yeah. Thank you. Those against? Oh, just one? Just one? Abstentions. Abstentions? I think he made a mistake. Thank you. That's carried by a majority. Thank you. We're moving on now to item 13, which is the appointments to the outside bodies. And councillors, I'm sure you've all seen the supplementary agenda, which was 24th of the 2nd to 25. Leader, I believe you're going to move this recommendation, and Councillor Hannah will second this move. So, Leader, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This paper asks councils to approve councillor appointments to the many outside bodies that we as a council occupy places on, and because it is a non-executive function, it needs approval from council. I'd draw councillors' attention to the amended appendix, which was circulated yesterday, showing some of the changes identified, which have now been addressed, thanks to members for clarifying those. However, there are still many records missing on our outside bodies, some of which councillors are appointed to, but to date have never met. Democratic Services have been attempting to contact groups to confirm their requirements and see if they are still operational or if their governance still requires councillor membership. We usually bring this paper about once a year with all the updates. However, this isn't a very flexible approach and means that councillors are not officially appointed until the paper has been confirmed. This time we've included a recommendation to be able to make changes more flexibly and fill the vacancies when they occur and switch membership in agreement with groups under delegated powers. Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Happy to second. Thank you.
Members, is there a debate on this? Councillor Salmon.
Can I just check, because there's been a mistake on the council website for ages that has me down as sitting on Tricuro, which I've never done. Am I now back on BDC? Because on the amendment, I can't see me on either. So that would be my first point. And then my second one is, I get asked a lot, oh, what's the deal with the Bournemouth Twinning Committee by various people? I see that's not on here. Does that body still exist and we just can't track them down, or You know, what's the deal there? Those are my two asks.
Leader, do you wish to come in on that? But we don't appoint to the twinning. Oh, so sorry, Councillor Hadley, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just, I did read this, unfortunately, after the amendment came out, and I seem to be on quite a few of these external bodies, but the local access forum I do attend, and it's shown as vacancy, and I'd be quite happy if someone else was very keen to take that on. They normally meet in Dorchester, but I do attend it when I can.
I really don't see any other hands up. Councillor Hannah, you reserved your right, I think. Did you? No? Oh, well, Leader then, can you sum up?
I was just going to address Joe's questions there, which is, you're right, the list still has a lot of problems with it, and I would actually say every councillor should take a look at the list, check their names against different ones and make sure that they are up to date. When things happen on various committees, they don't always tell the council about it. So please do send that through to Democratic Services, and if we agree this, it does give delegated authority to be able to change those without it having to come to council. So yeah, hoping to see it approved. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Leader. Members, do we have consensus on this item? Agreed. I think it's time that we have our break. But now before you all disappear, because whenever I say that, there's always this huge stirring. Before you do stir, we want to restart at 9:15. So can you make sure you're back in the chamber by 9:15? Thank you. Item 14, questions from councillors. We have 6 questions from councillors this evening. And supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio holder or chair has forwarded them, but these questions must be questions and not statements and emanate from the reply just given. And any further dialogue will be stopped if it doesn't bring further clarity to the issue or doesn't relate to the subject matter of the original question. And as previously agreed by Council, the time limit for answering and responding to a question is 3 minutes. So on that basis, Councillor Gavin Wright, you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, who is Councillor Andy Hadley, on traffic 1. So, Councillor Wright, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Owing to the growing controversy in the newspapers and on social media regarding the traffic ones on Wimborne Road, Paul, as well as the unwanted difficulties these bollards are causing to residents where they've been installed, I'd like to ask what consultation process was carried out specifically regarding the bollards. How were the residents directly affected consulted before the bollards were installed? And if more of these bollards are going to be installed around BCP, how is the council going to engage with the residents that are going to be affected?
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Wright, thank you for your question. As Ward Councillor for the area, I understand that residents at 8 properties along this road complained about the location of the ones outside their homes. The implementation was paused and the positioning was reviewed and adjusted by the team as a result. That does not consult a controversy on this topic, and there have been no further concerns raised in the last 7 weeks. The Council knows very well that there was an in-person consultation with the public. He was at the meeting and gave me his view on the scheme at some length. In addition, there were online materials and multiple letter drops to the residents along the road. There was a letter that specifically mentioned the ones on the 7th of September 2023. The design was adjusted to reduce the risk of flooding into residents' gardens and homes, and that was the point at which the wands were introduced. A few people continue to park inside the wands across the cycleway and the pavement. This is illegal. WO lines restrictions apply to the back of the highway boundary. Given the increasing width of vehicles and the manner of driving by some, the use of measures like wands to protect school children in particular is an important tool, and where officers recommend their use, they will form part of the consultation process on future schemes. Wands are a cost-effective measure of installing some form of physical barrier to protect vulnerable road users. Realigning curbs and drainage is preferable, but more expensive.
Councillor Wright, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. As you mentioned about vehicles using the cycle lanes, I'd like to know what the correct procedure is or advice for cars, vans and lorries delivering to the addresses along Wimborne Road. There's now no room to stop on the highway as it's too narrow, so that packages from cars, vans and lorries can't safely be delivered. Are delivery vehicles supposed to negotiate their way down the cycle lane, which they wouldn't be able to do in the case of lorries anyway, because the bollards are too close together? Or are they supposed to stop in the driving lane, which would block it completely on one side? This is a particular problem for building materials, as has been mentioned by a couple of residents, as they're delivered by HIABs, lorry-mounted cranes. They can't reach over the cycle lane and path to their houses, and probably shouldn't be parking on the cycle lane. It would seem that these bollards have not been sufficiently thought through and should be removed and replaced with less obstructive solutions such as white lines or cat's eyes. Any advice would be welcome, so I can pass it on to transport managers who have asked me, or sat in their offices scratching their heads at this, what the correct procedure is for delivering to Wimborne Road where these bollards are. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley, do you want to answer or give a written answer?
I think I need to give a written answer because that doesn't actually directly relate to the question asked, and I would need to ask the transport officers themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Patrick Canavan, you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Housing and Regulatory Services, Councillor Wilson. and this is on preventing homelessness and support for rough sleepers. Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Government has given BCP Council £9.2 million to help prevent homelessness and support rough sleepers. An additional £509,000 has been awarded for this financial year, specifically to support those who are at risk of sleeping on the street. Could the portfolio holder outline details of how this money will be spent? What recovery intervention work will be delivered? What additional accommodation will be acquired? And what actions will be taken to deliver long-term housing options for those at risk or experiencing homelessness?
Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Canavan, for your question. We are grateful to the Government for the grant we have allocated, BCP, to support local homelessness and rough sleeping services. The additional grant represents over a £1 million uplift in the grant received in this financial year. Like the majority of councils across the country, this grant provides critical support to subsidise the cost of almost all types of temporary accommodation. We have around 500 households in temporary accommodation across BCP, because caps on housing benefit subsidy remain inadequate to cover the true cost of temporary housing. The grant also resources around half of our officers in our housing options team who deliver the council's statutory responsibilities to prevent and relieve homelessness, a service which has seen a 13% increase in demand in the past year, whilst improving the rate in which we've prevented homelessness for residents by 30%. The most tangible impact being our recent achievement in assuring no families and children in B&B. This week last year, there were 93. The grant is also used to commission a number of supported housing providers to deliver housing and support to people who find themselves homeless and require additional support. In particular, our successful Housing First service, which we can now continue for a further year. The additional grant specifically received this year has been critical in providing an increase in outreach workers for St Mungo's, increase in our homeless social work team capacity, and provided more bed spaces in hotel rooms to provide additional support workers to help people move on from our silted supported housing system. I'm pleased to confirm this has resulted in a 38% reduction in single night rough sleeping count from the previous month for January, and the lowest recorded count in almost 2 years. We are keen that where the additional resources have demonstrated positive outcomes, that these are continued into the following financial year. We look forward to the Government confirming a multi-year settlement for ring-fence grants as part of the forthcoming spending review, and this will give us greater protection to our workforce and also our long-term vision for ending homelessness. In summary, our priority will be to continue to fund what works to prevent homelessness, ensure good quality and appropriate temporary accommodation is available when needed, and protect local services that support people's long-term recovery from homelessness. Our local priorities will be reviewed as part of our strategic review, with an updated homelessness strategy due to be published early next year. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much for that reply. Can I just ask if, and you don't necessarily need to do it now, but if you could respond to the point about recovery intervention, because that whole aspect of health and recovery for rough sleepers, I think, is something which we need to address specifically. So if I could press you on that, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yep, I'm happy to answer you now. Happy to answer you now. In terms of that is something we're looking at. There are partners across the conurbation who provide services in terms of providing health to those who are suffering from homelessness or rough sleeping. We have still a little bit of grant to be allocated, so we're having a review meeting in the next week with officers to establish where that goes. So I think I'll take that point on board in terms of where the allocation goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Peter Cooper, I think you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Climate Response, Environment and Energy, Councillor Andy Hadley, on malfunctioning bridge signs. Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Solidarity with the resident that came earlier, Mr. Block, well, he said it anyway. Could you confirm that the funding for the replacement of the malfunctioning bridge signs have been secured fully, as stated in officers' replies to the citizens or the residents of Hamworthy? Additionally, can you provide a clear timeline for when the new LED signs will be installed? Given that Blandford Road is a main arterial route and must be treated as a high priority, residents in Hamworthy are at the end of their tether with the ongoing issues on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Cooper, thanks for your query, which obviously, as you said, relates to the question from the resident earlier. I've only very recently had sight of the response that was made to the resident, but that answer clearly states the work is intended to be complete in the 2025-26 financial year, subject to financial approvals and successful procurement. This needs to go through due process. The transport budget attempts to respond to many high priority items. We hope to commence the procurement early in the coming financial year. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, do you have a supplementary to that?
Thank you. A question is that it's like ping pong when it comes to the bridges. We get the same answer year after year after year that it's about securing the money. So can I ask, what is the commitment and where we're going to get the money from? Please.
Can you answer now,
Yes, I'm happy to answer now. It does depend on a couple of things. So we haven't agreed our strategic SIL as yet. That is one potential source to tie in with the works that need to be done on the bridges themselves. And if not that, then the local transport plan would be the route. So those are the two routes that we're looking at for funding. Which of those it will be does depend on decisions that are yet to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Michelle Dower, you've got a question to the portfolio holder. I'm not going to go through it all again, Councillor Hadley. Would you like to put your question?
Yes, thank you. I've received 15 complaints in the past 10 days from various residents of Brook Road and Cartwright Close in Kinston who feel that their road has been abandoned and forgotten by BCP. Many of the issues raised impact the residents of West Town and Kinston because this road is used to access Kinston Road from East Tow Lane. The issues raised are the road has been used as a rat run, causing concern for children's safety due to speeding traffic. The road surface is neglected. The road surface is severely neglected with multiple potholes, making it resemble a farm track rather than a regularly used cut-through. Litter. Despite a recent ticket raised for litter clearance, it remains a recurring issue, which is exacerbated by litter being released from bins during the bins being emptied. Unauthorised car business. A resident appears to be running a car business from their privately owned home, resulting in multiple cars parked along the roads and in the residents' flats car park. Overgrown shrubbery. Neglected and overgrown shrubbery is obscuring the visibility for drivers, particularly the junction of Brook Road and East Tow Lane, making it difficult and dangerous to turn right. Additionally, there's a BCP pathway at the side of 60 Brook Road that has not been maintained in the memory of the residents. It appears to have been forgotten due to its hidden location. A BCP Homes resident had to privately pay to cut back overgrown trees that damaged her cable and to pay to cut back overgrown bushes. The ground is slippery from moss and there is no lighting at all. One of the residents regularly sweeps and jet washes the public path to clear the moss and leaves build up. Would the portfolio holder commit to looking at these issues and provide me with a timetable for resolving them that I can share with the residents to ensure their safety and well-being? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dower. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dower, thank you for your question. You highlight the challenges we face with increasing traffic flows on many of our minor routes that were not built to take the number of vehicles attempting to use them. I am happy to look at the issues you raise. Some of them are likely to be more intractable than others. I have made inquiries since receipt of this question at the weekend. Both roads are subject to annual highway safety inspections, with the last one completed on the 19th of February 2025. 2 locations for safety repairs were identified for repair on Brook Road. On planned maintenance and resurfacing, our unclassified roads are subject to a scanner survey on a 4-yearly rota, and results are used to help form a forward programme of works. Brook Road was last subject to a scanner on the 13th of January 2023. It is already deemed beyond a stage where a simple surface treatment would be an appropriate solution, although this may still be practical for Cartwright Close. Regarding the footways, they were last subject to a footway maintenance survey on the 24th of November 2022, following the same 4-year rota regime as the carriageways. Both sites were given a moderate presence of minor defects, mostly from utility reinstatement, seem suitable for a future footway slurry scheme, likely to be undertaken within the next 5 years. I am grateful to the residents who are sweeping and looking after the path. I note the addition of the overgrown pavement issue that you raise. There is part of the road with no pavement at all on one side. I have asked the team to attend to the vegetation and they have advised that this is now underway. We would encourage all residents and fellow councillors to use the BCP Report It tool to raise issues requiring attention, as this is the most streamlined way to get them logged and acted upon. I'm always receptive to councillors bringing unresolved matters to my attention. This is, however, a very detailed and localised query to be raising at full council. I will attempt to get you further answers outside of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Dower, does that answer the question? Do you have a supplementary?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr-Brown, a question to the portfolio holder for Customer Communications and Culture, Councillor Andy Martin, on renewal of blue badges.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm sure, like many of my colleagues, I've been contacted by several residents asking about delays in the renewal of blue badges. This is a vital service we carry out for some of our most vulnerable citizens and is the difference between their being able to get out and about and carry on their lives and not. In October 2024, the Overview and Scrutiny Board looked at this service and found that we were missing our 12-week processing target and the average time was 14 weeks. This is as a result of an entirely predictable spike in renewals 3 years after the pandemic. We were told that service improvements were underway to improve the situation. BCP's website currently says that new badges are being processed in 12 weeks and renewals in 9, yet the phone line says all badges are taking 14 to 16 weeks. So my questions are, which is correct? What measures have been taken, such as staff recruitment or training, to improve the service? What measures are still to be taken? When will we reach our 12-week target and then progress to the 6 to 8 weeks that was the medium-term goal? And are we now consistently informing people of the 3-month grace period for BCP parking for people whose renewal is delayed? I can't find this information on our website. How do we inform them? And of course, the grace period is only of limited use. As one of my residents put it to me, it helps a little, but of course not with hospital and doctor appointments or places like Castle Point or Little Down where I go to the gym. But it's no use at all if we don't inform people, and of course it only applies to renewals. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Carr-Brown, for your question. Because of my customer services portfolio, I am as aware as anyone of the worry and frustration caused by delays in the blue badge service. Having dealt directly with a number of residents across BCP and in our own ward. Indeed, only this afternoon I visited a resident aged 90 to collect her form, help her fill it in, and assist with, and take her photograph as well, because she looks after her 94-year-old husband, a former Christchurch councillor, in fact. Since we discussed the blue badge service at scrutiny late last year, I've been receiving weekly updates on renewal and new application times and regular updates on staffing levels. In order to drive progress on processing times, additional staff have been redirected from within the wider customer service team to assist the blue badge service, and a streamlined assessment process has been adopted for renewal applications. This has led to significant improvement in decision times, currently 8 weeks for new applications and 7 weeks for renewals. In fact, last week it was 6 weeks. Both well within the Department of Transport guidelines of up to 12 weeks. The additional staff supporting the improvement will nevertheless have to return to their core function of council tax and benefit customer inquiries for the month of March to provide support when the new council tax bills are issued. However, in order to mitigate the impact of this, an apprentice has been recruited to work alongside the team and started in post on February the 10th. The existing Blue Badge team have also been undertaking extra hours in order to work through the applications, and that will continue where possible. We are also working to review our processes, including visiting neighbouring authorities to understand how they operate and what we can learn from them. The current grace period, which you refer to, where badges expired are not enforced for 3 months, is not widely advertised, as it is not a permanent arrangement and only applies to council-operated car parks and roadside parking. The website and the council's telephone line have been providing notice to applicants that processing times were in excess of 12 weeks, but given recent improvements, that is no longer necessary. Consequently, messaging has been updated. I would like to thank the Blue Badge team and wider customer services for their efforts and look forward to continued progress.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Carr-Brown, do you have a supplementary question?
I think I probably have a supplementary comment, but that's not a question, so perhaps I will email Councillor Martin as a follow-up. Thank you.
That sounds quite ominous. Right, thank you. Councillor Cooper, your question is to Councillor Andy Hadley on recycled waste.
Okay, thank you. Can the council provide a full breakdown of where our recycled waste is sent, including which companies or organisations that it is outsourced to? Additionally, do we have full traceability of what happens to the materials further up the chain, including their final destinations and carbon footprint? If this information is not currently available, will the council commit to investigating and providing a full report on the end-to-end journey of our recycling? Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Councillor
Cooper, can you turn your mic off? Councillor Cooper. Thank you. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I have an apology to Councillor Cooper because I have so many questions today. I hadn't realised this question was even being asked, so I haven't prepared an answer for it. There is we work with subcontractors who deal with the waste as they see fit, so it changes. So it's not something we're in full control of. But as part of our carbon footprint, we do have to monitor it. So I'm sure we will have some information. I will need to provide you with a written response. I'm sorry.
So in that case, Councillor Cooper, I don't think you have a supplementary question.
Yes, I do.
Okay, go on then.
No, I do apologise, but it's one about market forces and the involvement and how many. We need to know how many contractors we are working with. I think we need to know that, and what we, that's what I'm really interested in. Where it's going, who's purchasing it, and where does it end up? Hopefully, it doesn't end up in Lahore, where my friend lives. But that's the kind of questions that I'd like the answer to. Sounds a bit surreal, I know. But it's the way my mind works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. So, Councillor Hadley, you'll be dealing with that.
Yeah, I'll try and include that in. I'm pretty sure it doesn't go to Lahore, but I think we have to be quite careful about traceability. And I think, as I say, from our climate footprint perspective, we do get reports, and I think we will have that information for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hadley. And yes, as you say, you've had a lot of questions this evening. Agenda item 15, notices of motion in accordance with the Procedure Rule 10. And the first one we have is from Councillor Joe Salmon. Motion to expand the scope of the public inquiry into failings leading to violent crimes. Councillor Salmon, do you wish to speak now, please? And then we have Councillor Armstrong to second.
Yeah, so this motion's an opportunity for our council to support Tommy's friends and family in seeking real justice and actually addressing the root causes that led to his murder. I actually thought Dolores spoke very well earlier. It was moving. I thought that was brave and probably quite difficult for her to do. And in all honesty, when she was speaking, I couldn't get out of my head how embarrassed I would feel if I was the member of a political party who's held power or currently holds power. because the only reason she's had to come here tonight and do that incredibly difficult thing is because the requests from her family, from their friends, for justice for Tommy, simply haven't been listened to and have just been ignored. And it's ridiculous that she's had to come here tonight and make that speech. If we're honest with ourselves, but the system's so broken that she's had to do that, especially asking her to come into town after dark. Here, it's 2 stabbings yesterday, for God's sake. The request before you tonight is really simple. It's for a full public inquiry so that the public can not just be told, but actually shown that the root causes of that tragedy have been addressed. Now, the Prime Minister's rightly ordered a public inquiry into the Southport killings, but failing to include other cases, like Tommy's case, that would be a serious oversight. So he was killed by a fugitive, wanted for murder, convicted of a double murder in Serbia, who managed to enter the UK undetected, deceived officials about his age, attended school in the area. Despite all of the warnings that took place once he was in this country, no action was taken to actually establish who he was, right up until the moment after he had killed. Beyond belief. His family, his loved ones, his friends, they all want a full public inquiry. Been asking that consistently and loudly. We do need that independent scrutiny, and that needs to happen in the light of day to uncover the systematic failures that led to this tragedy and ensure they're never repeated. So yeah, I would urge you all to vote in support of this motion, but I also hope you ask your parliamentary colleagues to pay attention to what they are being asked by the Roberts family. It's a really simple ask. It's for a public inquiry. Nothing less, nothing more. A full public inquiry. That's it. I hope you can support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. And yes, as you say, Miss Wallace was incredibly brave to come in tonight, and I think we all feel that. Right, Councillor Armstrong, you're going to second.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to second, but I'll reserve my right to speak if there is a debate. Thanks.
Right, members, we have this before us. Who wishes to speak on it? Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support the motion. But I just want to say to Councillor Salmon, I'm not embarrassed at all about this government, and I'm not embarrassed at all about being a member of the Labour Party. In fact, I'm proud to be a member of the Labour Party. What I wanted to advise Council is that we're not in a situation where the political system is doing nothing. Thomas's mother, who spoke earlier, has met the Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East. The Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East has made representations to the Home Office, and that has resulted in Tom Hayes facilitating a meeting with the Home Office for Tom's mother. So that system is working, and that system will continue. We will continue to make representations on behalf. I do want to also just advise the Council that it was in fact a coroner's decision not to hold a full inquest in this case. Not a government's decision, it was the coroner's decision. And what we're looking at in terms of the national picture is that there has been a threefold increase in under-18s investigating the involvement of those under-18s for involvement in terrorism, and 162 people have been referred to the PREVENT system in the last year for concerns. And the government are concerned about that PREVENT system. They recognise that the PREVENT programme that has already been amended in 2021 and 2024 does not go far enough. So the government has introduced a new independent prevention commissioner to look and review at those cases, and also to review the way in which those cases are examined, so that we're not just talking about particular forms of extremism, but they are looking at all forms of violent behaviour. And has been repeated nationally several times. This government is absolutely committed to dealing with knife crime. We are going to be seeing in the spring a crime and policing bill which will take stronger measures to tackle this system. We've already, as a government, banned the sale of zombie knives and ninja swords, and we have doubled to £200 million the amount of money going into neighbourhood policing for the next year. So I'm happy to support the motion, but wanted to just make those points to Council, that this government is not doing nothing, it's doing lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan, for the clarifications there. I have Councillor Burton, I think, next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This was a terrible tragedy and it should never have happened. And my sincere sympathies to the Roberts family and all who knew Thomas. And I totally agree with the purpose of this motion. What I say next is purely due to my position as Cabinet Member that includes Children's Services. And it gives me one issue with it, is the line that says the adequacy of Children's Services response. There's been a review of the Children's Services safeguarding around this, and they were found to be adequate. And Children's Services are very keen to learn from this. I have had discussions with senior officers, both when it happened and very recently. I did suggest an amendment. We had some discussions about amendment, and we couldn't come to an understanding. I'm not going to present an amendment now, because I don't want to interfere with this, and also out of respect for the family. I will have to abstain on this. Just because of my relationship with Children's Service officers. I don't want to criticise them in public when I have no grounds to criticise them. But please don't allow my decision to affect anybody else, because that's just purely my position with Children's Services.
Councillor Cooper.
Happy to support the motion. I shan't go into defending Labour's position on anything really. What I will talk about is something to kind of, remind us and to kind of reinstate things that have gone. Now, Councillor Salmon said about root causes. This is a good motion, but it doesn't address the root causes. I was on the team seconded nationally. There's 6 of us when we were a pooled unitary authority. We set up the United Kingdom Youth Parliament. And we also engaged with young people all over the country, about 6,000 of them, in the development of the Prevent strategy and how that might work in our communities. Along with that, there was relationships to schools that were under the local authority framework. Sorry, it's uncomfortable to remember these things. There was youth centres in every locality. There were safer neighbourhood teams, and the whole Prevent strategy was based around working within that neighbourhood safe network where we could work together to have positive interventions for children, young people and their families. And so we end up totally dismantled. The 4% budget for the education, for youth services from the education unit, gone. Cameron and Osborne. 22,000 police officers made redundant by the Cameron administration to save money. So on the illusion of saving money and introducing market forces into everything, we have the death of young people, the devastation of children, young people and their families, the situation where a parent has to come into this chamber and look us in the eye and ask the question really, why? When we know the answer, we need to reinstate, we need to reinvest, we need to reinvigorate positive interventions with children and young people from the early years through to when they're struggling with sex, drugs and rock and roll and they have no idea what's going on in their lives. That is all gone. That is the answer to our question. I was going to think of putting an amendment to this, but I just couldn't bring myself, because I'm not into the politicking of this really difficult situation. But I will say, be prepared for motions coming forward about challenging us to be brave and to be bold and reinstate an ideology that children, young people and their families need investing in. And we have a responsibility to do that. So I will support the motion, but it does not address the root causes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I fully echo the last speaker, because I was on the other end, basically a consumer trying to work with young people and trying to prevent problems. And I know that this question goes wider, but I do think that we do need to, and I believe there's a white paper or green paper or whatever coming out later this year on the issue about getting back engagement with young people, because that is a very important part of what needs to happen. And obviously it has to be financed. But I'll just add a point that I was at a seminar, a sort of an hour's training thing last week on supporting young people who feel kind of isolated, so they feel part of something. And I was rather disappointed to be one of, I think, 3 councillors who were actually physically in attendance there, and I think there were probably about another 4 online. I think it's really important that we get behind our young people and we support them, and that is part of the issue we need to sort out, as well as sorting out the way our immigration service works, so that they actually filter out issues like the one that was referred to earlier on, because it was awful what happened. But we shouldn't be taking it out on the existence of people who are immigrating into this country, but we should actually make sure that our system works properly. So, but I think the important message is that we've got to support our young people.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to speak on this at all, and thank you, Joe, for bringing this motion. I think it's really, really important. However, Councillor Cooper has mentioned about children's services, very, very true point about our lack of investment in children's services. I think the point in this case, though, and the Home Office admitted that mistakes were made with the allowing this this person who had committed murders into this country. And I think that is the root cause here. I don't think any amount of youth groups would have stopped this individual from taking a life that night. The person who came to this country had a previous track record, was a person who was predicated to murder, as we know, and was denied asylum in Norway, yet came to this country. As much as I would love to point a finger at the party that were in power at the time for children's services, it's not about children's services. It is about the failings, I think, that the Home Office made. But I thank you very much, and I welcome the fact this has been brought, and Thomas's mother's speech was very moving. So I thank Joe for doing that. I obviously will support this, but I just want it, it's probably been said here, and you've probably all read the case, but it was about a bad actor who came to this country from Afghanistan, who had committed murders in Serbia, denied asylum in Norway, and then came to this country. And because of failings of our asylum process, which has been admitted to by the Home Office, that is why the person was allowed to stay here unchecked. Prevent might have helped them in that sense if those services had come in, but you know it was likely to happen. So I just want to get to the point that the Home Office has admitted mistakes, and 100%. I think we need to drill down into how the Home Office are going to deal with this type of dealing with people come to this country seeking asylum, to make sure they are genuine asylum seekers, and we can put to bed some of the hatred and vile invective we hear against asylum seekers, because you know this case will be pointed out all the time as this is why we shouldn't allow asylum seekers, and that's not right. What we have is a failed scrutiny system for asylum systems, not the fact we should be taking asylum seekers, we should, but it is down to making sure that the Home Office is doing the right thing, and I fully support this council writing to Secretary, Home Secretary for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. I'm going to take Councillor Andy Martin and then we'll wind up the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to be really careful what I say here, because I obviously don't want to make any political points. I completely agree with, I'm very happy to support Joe Salmon's motion. Don't always see eye to eye, but I certainly do on this occasion. And I would like to commend my friend Councillor Cooper for his words about investing in young people. I just want to roll back a couple of hours to when Councillor Broadhead was talking about parish councils and as a form of taxing people to do things that we should be doing. And I would just like to say there is life beyond BCP in terms of parish councils. And I see parish councils as an investment in our communities, not as a tax, but an investment. And the reason I say that is because in the parish council that I know, that I'm not going to mention, but that I know very well, we are investing in all sorts of things, but we are working to invest in our young people, in our play areas, in our play groups, and in our schools. And he won't say this because he won't want to talk about the things that he does, but the gentleman sitting to my left, my fellow ward councillor, regularly goes into Highcliffe School to sit down with the different age ranges to talk about their problems, the things that are concerning them, the things that they're fearful about. And literally, it's a surgery with the students. And we're now looking, as well as doing that, and we would, in fact, not making this up, we talked about this on the drive into council this evening, about how we can use parish council money to invest in projects that are important to young people in Highcliffe School and also in St Mark's School. So I just wanted to make the point that just to have a little comeback on what Phil Broadhead was saying about parish councils. We can do an awful lot of good, and in this instance, we are looking to do that good with our young people, which completely ties in with the kind of things that Peter was saying with regard to investment. I just think that's a really important point. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask Councillor Armstrong if she wishes to speak now, because she reserved her right.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say a few words. I can't not speak, having seen Dolores here, and as a mother, I mean, coming into the chamber to share her personal story was incredibly moving, and I think, none of us in this room want to see that. I think, again, I really appreciate the support that there is in the chamber for the motion that my colleague has brought. And I just want to drill down and come back to what the motion is about. I think it's not about apportioning blame, but it is about recognising that there have been some very serious deficiencies in the ability of UK authorities to prevent individuals with violent histories from posing a danger to the public. It's about accountability, and it's about getting to the root causes and the bottom of why those systems failed. It's about ensuring that no other family suffers that unbearable pain that Dolores and her family have experienced and now endure. So, in our debate, we may have a view about what those root causes and failures have been, but I think this is for this to come to an independent inquiry and for justice to be given to this family and for those root causes and those failings to see the light of day and to be fully exposed. There are so many questions. Having met with Dolores and her family, I know they have so many questions that are unanswered for them, and they are a family and they are crying out to know some of the answers, to know why this happened to their son Tommy. And I just implore you all to get behind this motion and for our leader Millie to write to government, but also for us to be in touch with our parliamentary colleagues and continue to have their support. Thank you.
Councillor Joe Salmon, can I call on you to reply to the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Yeah, so just to sum up there's been a mention of the inquest, and I actually attended the inquest with the Roberts family, and it was a totally surreal experience. And I think there's something not just wrong, but incredibly cruel about the expectation there was that a family who had just gone through such a tragic loss would be able to engage with what's a really cold and complex legal process with no professional support. And they weren't listened to, in my opinion, during that process. There were very clear requests from a family for the inquest to be considered an Article 2 inquest, which would have given them the access to legal aid and so forth. We finally managed to get a barrister who acted pro bono, who made very convincing legal arguments for additional documents to be requested by the coroner, and those requests weren't ultimately heard, or at least agreed by the coroner. And I worry now that things are still not being heard. The request from the Roberts family isn't for Tommy is discussed in Parliament. It isn't to meet with more ministers and hear more excuses and explanations. It's a really straightforward request. It is for a full and comprehensive public inquiry where all of the facts are dragged into the light and these people can have some peace of mind that no one else will have to suffer such an avoidable tragedy. Such an avoidable tragedy. This is not something where, a few mistakes were made by some individuals and it all went wrong. This is a situation where these people were systematically failed again and again and again by all of the institutions of this nation. And I worry they are still being failed right now and not being listened to. So I thank you for, if you vote in support of this motion, that's brilliant. But that vote should also come with a commitment to some action as well to be taken by all of us outside of this chamber. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. I think that we did have a mention of an abstention here, so I think we have to go to a show of hands. So all those in favour of this motion, thank you. And me. It's everybody except Richard. Right, thank you. Any against? No. And one abstention. Sorry, I'm preempting you, Richard. Oh, Councillor Bartlett as well, 2 abstentions, thank you. Thank you, members. We're moving on to motion 2, support for the safer phones bill and local policy development. Councillor Joe Salmon, can you move this motion, please?
Yep, I can. God, I should be more prepared for my second speech. All right, so right now, when a parent decides that their child is old enough to have a mobile phone, they're also, mostly unwittingly, deciding that child is old enough to access pornography, snuff films, and to be at increased risk of grooming and sexual exploitation. Most people don't understand how unsafe the modern smartphone is for a child, and they're unsafe by design. At the moment, a child is far safer walking home from school without a mobile phone than they are in their own bedroom unsupervised with a mobile phone. That's when they're at far more risk. Isn't that ridiculous? Look, this cannot continue. This motion looks to do two really simple things. Firstly, support the Safer Phones Bill, which in the long term addresses those risks. But secondly, because this is an urgent situation, this is something we're experiencing now, this is a problem families are facing right now across the conurbation, it looks to make our council a catalyst for change, acting as a coordinating body to bring in the relevant institutions that we need on board to come up with a way of tackling this problem. Because I can tell you as a parent, you can't do it as an individual. You can't be the only parents who go, no, you can't have a smartphone. You can't be the only school who go, no, you can't have a smartphone. It needs that wider coordinated thing. I think it's a really straightforward, no-brainer solution. Let's go for this. Thank you.
Councillor Keddy, I understand you wish to second.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to speak to the motion if possible.
Members, do we have debate on? Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to speak to the motion. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would also like to thank Councillor Salmon for bringing this motion. As a father of two, this is a subject that is very close to my heart. My oldest is in Year 6 and really excited to be starting secondary school in September. She is social, imaginative, loves Taylor Swift, and has an extensive group of friends. She also wants a phone so that she can fit in, and because her friends are starting to get them. Smartphone use has started to infiltrate her social group, and its effects are disturbing. It happens slowly. One of her friends gets a smartphone, the rest of the group crowd around. But then you see how quickly they get absorbed in their own bubble. The friend that used to chat and dance and sing with the group is now in their own isolated bubble, doom scrolling and lost in their screen. And that is how parents are describing this effect of smartphones on their children. We are losing our children to devices and apps that are designed to be addicted, with infinite scrolling, notifications and rewards, doling out cheap dopamine to keep them engaged. And while they're engaged, they can be exposed to inappropriate material, harmful content, cyberbullying, and worse. This generation of children faces challenges that would have been unthinkable to us when we were growing up. I feel we risk a lost generation unless we take urgent action. The Safer Phones Bill will go a long way to resolving the issues around excessive smartphone use and addictive platforms, and it fully gets my support. In terms of the proposed working group, residents have been in touch with me on this subject, also reps from Smartphone Free Childhood Dorset. They have highlighted the recent proactive school-led approach taken by Barnet Council earlier this month. As part of their policy toolkit, starting in September, 103 primary schools in Barnet Borough area will ban smartphones completely. 23 secondary schools will use a circuit breaker approach, which will apply to new Year 7 arrivals at secondary school. And the smartphone ban will then follow them through to Year 11. Their policy suite also encourages parents to delay giving smartphones to children until they're at least 14, limit social media until 16, and provide brick phones for safety during travel, although this has its own issues within BCP. The policy has been well received. Schools, parents and community stakeholders are on board. I am more than happy to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keddy. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I could hardly hear you over there initially. Right, so we've had a proposer and a seconder. Members, we have Councillor Burton, and then we'll go into debate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With discussion with Councillor Salmon, I proposed an amendment to the motion. I believe Councillor Salmon is quite happy with what I said. I'll also remind you, Councillor Salmon, you was going to put an amendment in as well, removing a line.
Yeah, sorry, I really like Richard's amendment, but also in my original motion, the second bullet point in this council notes, it talks about a ban on smartphone use in schools. Now that has been removed from the bill. That's factually incorrect, so I just want that second bullet point struck out. Sorry, I did remember to email member services, and they told me, don't worry, Joe, it's so simple. Just remember to say it in your speech, which was clearly not as simple as they thought it would be for me.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Burton. So Council does agree this, I believe. Councillors, do we agree Richard's amendment? No? Yes?
Positive, yeah?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, thank you, Councillor Burton. So you wish to carry on speaking?
Yeah, if I could just sort of explain, because I mean I totally agree, and I thank Councillor Salmon for this motion. The Safer Phones Bill is a private member's bill which has a good chance of being passed because it has wide support. Mobile phone usage by students has been an issue in schools for many years. All schools have a phone policy and they review them often. And they're also mindful of the increased risks as technology develops. They range from simple things like students being off task to cyberbullying, grooming, exposure to criminal activity, and other risks that we're still to discover. So anything that makes children safer and helps them learn gets my support. My amendments are basically, well, everybody's seen them, they've all been emailed out. I wanted to recognise the work that schools are already doing. And I'm also very mindful that most of our schools are academies, and therefore we as a council can't tell them what to do. So I wanted to make it so that we worked with the schools. I also, looking at the last part about the task force, what I've done is identified a place where this can happen, and given myself a job to do to make sure that happens. So that is why my amendment is there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Members, any debate on this? Yes. Councillor Connolly, and then who?
Sorry, yes, I was just going to say we're happy to support this this motion. It's proposed by a Labour MP. Our Labour MP is going to speak in the debate, vote for it, and he's actually been holding meetings in schools in the area and surveying parents for their views to feed into the debate as well. So, yeah, very, very happy to support this.
Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I can't support this motion. Fellow members of the Appeals Committee here tonight will know that when we're considering awarding transport assistance to families by means of a bus pass, the cost of a physical bus pass is £840 per child for an academic year. If the child has a mobile phone, then it can be on their app, and that is £570. So a massive difference, £270 difference, and something that we have been trying to address with the bus companies to say that is really unfair. I get that there are admin costs, but not to that extent. So if you had 2 or 3 children going to school, all needing a bus pass, what a huge financial imposition that would be on the family. And the other reason I can't support this is the bill talks about the safety of the child or young person. But if you have a child who is maybe leaving school and perhaps doesn't have any money to get to where they need to go to, or they feel at risk, that phone is their lifeline to get in touch with a parent or their carer. So to take that away, it just seems a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I absolutely agree that children shouldn't be using their phones in classrooms or even in the playgrounds in breaks, but they should be able to have a phone for their safety and security, and also to be able to access the bus services. And it's actually parental choice. I'm glad that the banning thing has been corrected, because it shouldn't be banned. It should be down to the parents to decide. So I'm sorry, but I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to make some very similar points to my last colleague. Like many others in this chamber, I'm deeply supportive of anything we can do that brings awareness to issues that are going to harm our children or have the potential to harm our children. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to take the necessary steps to do that level of awareness. The issue I have with this motion and this bill that will come forward is it goes so much further. It essentially, and this actually says, and this council believes, establishes that smartphones are a terrible thing, and that then therefore the government or the council or whoever knows best, then we should be banning things, we should be dictating our form of opinion, whereas, as Councillor Rampton said, this absolutely should be parental choice. I have 3 children. and they all have smartphones, and that's because I've taken the decision, not through peer pressure or anything like that, but partly as Councillor Rampton has mentioned, from a safety point of view, them being connected with the world, me being connected with them being able to be self-sufficient when they're out and about. I've also taken the decision that in the modern world that we live in, it's better for them to be involved and connected with the world like it is, rather than trying to live in a version of reality that doesn't exist. But finally, because it's my choice to do so as a parent. And I think anything that ventures into overreach and telling people what we think they should do is just going too far. As Councillor Rampton has said, there are no place whatsoever for smartphones in the actual classroom, but absolutely I want the right for my children to be able to take phones into school so that I know where they are and they can be connected. That's my choice. And we live in a free society. If other people want to take the other choice, then that's absolutely their prerogative. I just don't think we should be telling people what to do.
Councillor Rigg.
Thank you. I feel vastly underqualified to speak on this, not having kids, but I'll give it my best shot. I really accept the points that Councillor Broadshead and particularly Councillor Rampton have made there about being on the Appeals Committee as well and seeing the impact of the cost of bus pass compared to having it on the app or having a paper pass. And that to me is not parental choice. That's the bus company's choice. That's society's choice, who are forcing parents to make a particular choice to save, 230, 240 quid per year, 260, thank you, per year. And it's not just that, is it? It's if you want to have a club card and go and get a meal deal. If you don't want to pay a £5, you've got to use your app, which is on your phone, to get it. And so parental choice is being taken away, but it's being taken away by other things, not just the government and not just decisions which might be made. It's being taken away by the upsurge in use in smartphones. And I mean, I think all of us in this room, we have our council emails on the phone, we've got our work emails on the phone. I don't think there's a point in the day when my phone isn't vibrating in my pocket or somewhere else, when I get sick of it and have to put it away. And it's great to be able to try and encourage things to move away from this. Why should we be forced into having a smartphone to save 260 quid? I'm going to keep saying 260 quid because it is ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. We need to work with more bus. We need to work with people around here to make sure that no one is disadvantaged by not having a smartphone, particularly when it comes to financial, and then we can have parental choice. But at the moment, parental choice is being taken away, not because of this bill, because parents are having to make choices which save money and are affordable. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I'll be by fleet of foot on this one. I think what it's kind of highlighted is the complexity of this conversation and the illusion of choice under market forces and their intervention on children, young people and their families, and the things that they're promoted to buy and passively consume, if you like. I like the idea of consultation and participation. It's a good motion. There are some dangers to banning smartphones. There are some dangers to the laws being passed that the police can walk into a house and to trace a smartphone. I think we have to keep all our kind of eye on that with the bills that are coming through. But what is highlighted for me is that we need as a council to get a grip and work on this one and work out a strategy which involves all the fragmented schools, all the fragmented young people, the United Kingdom Youth Parliament, both local, regional and national, to say, well, how can we do this? Has anyone ever seen the little film called Notifications on Netflix? Have you seen it? It's well worth watching, really. And it looks at how notifications begin to control behaviour. And it was alluded to by the proposer that it comes out, a notification can change behaviour, can change how you're feeling within a classroom situation or in a social situation. Now, young people are totally absorbed in that at the moment, and we've all played our little part in not being able to challenge that. So the question is, where do we want to go with this? You know, so where are we? Where would we like to go? And how strategically might we get there? So I'm asking that question of the proposer and the seconder, but also of this chamber. What are we going to do about it? Thank you.
Councillor Tarley.
Yeah, thank you. As everybody seems to be stating, I have two children, both of which have smartphones, one of which is at secondary school, and a secondary school where smartphones and all phones are actually banned. So they're not allowed to have them out during the school day, but to and from school, yes, I can pretty much guarantee my son will be looking at his phone as he's walking home from school. One hopes as a parent you've educated your child so that they're aware of the risks and dangers. As you would say, walking with a smartphone and crossing the road is a very dangerous thing to do. I've actually seen somebody hit, well actually more than one person, a number of people hit by cars by use of smartphones. So do you slow the car down so that it hits them gently? Do you ban cars and say you can only walk in cycle lanes, but what do we do about electric scooters cycling into, going into people? I take what Councillor Broadhead says about this thing about banning smartphones. That's not what the bill's actually saying. It's saying it's sort of banning their use in schools, and a lot of schools are already doing that. So I'm supportive of this. I'm generally anti-prohibition of anything, but we stop kids from drinking alcohol. Kids can't drive cars on the public highways. There's lots of things they can't do because it's not safe. I think it's also right to consider this as a similar safety issue. You can actually drive my 14-year-old, 15-year-old can actually drive a car quite happily around a farmer's field if I happen to own the field or the farmer lets me, just can't drive it a public highway. So the same applies to smartphones. I'm supportive of it, but please let's not conflate it with they're all evil, because as many people have pointed out here, there are some very good things on smartphones, and the technology's here. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube on this one. You won't stop kids at some point getting a smartphone. All you can do, as Councillor Broadhead says, is be a responsible parent. And I'd hate for Councillor Broadhead to lose 3 followers on his socials because his children aren't allowed. Sorry. Oh, okay, I take it back. They'll surreptitiously have. They'll follow you one way or another, won't they? Yeah, I know you've shed a tear today for having resigned. Very sad. I follow Councillor Broadhead on his socials because it's great reading. I really implore anybody to follow him on his socials and read about how upset he is, and he was crying earlier today about having to resign his post as a... Oh, it's not about you, but it was very funny, and thank you very much for that. We need a bit of lightness in this chamber, so thank you very much. I will support it, but let's not get too bogged down that there's literally criminals and paedophiles literally waiting to jump on you. There's a lot of good people in the world as well, and some of them use smartphones too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. Councillor Rice.
I think for me, the culture that smartphones aren't necessarily bad for a child's development is similar to going back decades and thinking about smoking or about alcohol in terms of it used to be thought of that it didn't really harm your health. So in terms of a child's brain development, it's very different for an adult having a smartphone as opposed to a child growing up from sort of a very young age. You see children in prams being exposed to extremely stimulating video content, which isn't normal for a developing baby's brain, and we're yet to see all of the social consequences of this, and I think it's going to be really serious. And so I fully support this motion.
Yes, I've got Councillor Hadley and Councillor Dower, then we'll go to the vote. Oh, all right, then Councillor Bartlett, then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the bus passes, because that was a fairly recent innovation. It's one that Councillor Vicky Slade was very specific in trying to persuade the bus companies to actually reduce the prices, and the only thing they reduced was the price of doing it through the app. So we had a success by BCP Council putting pressure on them to reduce the prices or requesting that they do that. But I fully accept that there's still a problem with the paper, but it was getting halfway there. I think there is a real challenge in terms of bullying and exploitation, and I very much support this measure. We do need to prepare kids for the modern world. We do need to recognise that they live in a very different world to the world that we grew up in. But doing that in a way that doesn't harm their mental health and leave them at the mercy of people who will be in the same way as misuse of substances and things. There is a relentless pressure on them. I think the other aspect of that is that the people using mobile phones, smartphones, very often missing what's going on in the real world. They've got their head buried in their phone, crossing the road, and that sort of thing. They're not actually seeing what is going on around them. And it is possible, I think that the proposer suggested, to have a brick phone, which is just an old-fashioned phone that you can make telephone calls on. I know we don't use that very much anymore, or text messaging. So it is possible to have your kids in contact, rather than as when I was a kid, you'd be in trouble if you weren't home for your tea at 6 o'clock, but you might be gone all day with no contact and no ability to get phone home. And that is the difference in the world that we now live in. Thank you.
Councillor Dower.
Hi, thank you. I was going to make a similar point to Councillor Hadley about the fact that something called dumb phones are available, which is the old-fashioned brick phones that people can use if they need to stay in contact with people. I also wanted to raise the point that I read in an article recently that children's development has been affected by the use of mobile phones when they're still preschool. So people were blaming children's development on COVID children and how they're going to school without being able to do certain things. And this article actually suggested that it's not actually, that a lot of the problems with children not being able to sit down in a chair properly or sit up properly or have concentration is because they were using mobile phones to be entertained by their parents rather than actually doing something educational. So I will be supporting this motion because I don't think mobile phones should be allowed in schools. Thank you.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a lot of agreement with the motion. I don't really hold anything too much against it, but I can't support it. I'm going to have to abstain because the recommendation on motion number 1 says that to instruct the leaders of the Council of the Right Secretary of State, blah, 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 urging them to support and champion the Safer Phones Bill. Well, I'm sorry to own up, but I haven't actually read the Safer Homes Bill, and so I can imagine what some of the things might be in there, but I can't support it on the basis I don't know what it says, so how could I possibly... I will just add to that, I've got 9 grandchildren of various ages. They've all got smartphones. They're all very well-balanced grandchildren. I don't detect any harm that's come to them as a result of their engagement with smartphones, but I do appreciate the issues and the frustrations that we all share when they're riveted to their phones seemingly 24 hours a day. But, you know, as I said, I haven't actually detected any noticeable harm arising from it. So it's a really interesting debate. Thank you.
Sorry, I think Councillor Burton, you wanted to sum up before Councillor Salmon sums up.
If that's okay. Yeah, I do feel that we're getting slightly confused about what's being asked here. You've noticed that Councillor Salmon removed the line about banning phones in school because the Safer Phone Bill doesn't say that. What schools actually want, and I'm saying this because my intention is to support schools. Schools want children and young people to arrive at school, to be safe while they're at school, and to learn while they're at school. They also want parents of their children to help them in that and educate them when they're at home. Schools don't want to control what happens to them on the way to school when they're at home, and I think parents should allow them to have smartphones and teach them how to use them and show them the benefits and dangers of that. That is totally normal because that's where we're all at the moment. What this enables the schools to do, and we can support schools in doing this, to give children the opportunity to be in school, safe, not have to have their phones out, to support schools in their general policies of putting their phones away when they enter the school gates and not seeing them again until they go home. The whole idea of having apps and things, well, you know, again, they will be out of school at that point. So I think a lot of the arguments have got confused on this. My support is just to allow children to go to school, be safe and learn.
Councillor Salmon, do you want to reply to the debate now?
Yeah, I do, because I think Richard's quite right. Things have got quite confused. I mean, my personal view is that we'll look back on the mobile phone being so accessible to children the way we look back on cigarettes and whatnot, or a rag of ether back in the Victorian days when you get that nip into the shop. But that's not what this is about. It's not about obliterating the smartphone altogether. The Safer Phones Bill very much stresses how it is technologically impossible as a parent at the moment for you to purchase a smartphone for your child safely. Now, none of us in this room are digital natives, and I don't think many of us work in IT, but I tell you, if you've got knowledge of how phones operate and what safeguards you can put on them, you would realise there is no safe way to give a child a modern smartphone in this day and age. The dangers you are exposing them to of sexual exploitation, blackmail, and exposure to indecent images and so forth are just astronomical. Some of the horror stories you will hear if you join some of the groups around this stuff are beyond belief. Now, what the Safer Phones Bill asks for is that, as parents, you have the option to purchase a phone that is somewhere in between that classic brick phone and something with the modern technological capabilities that we want to be able to give our children, but without the risks. At the moment, the market will not provide that because there's no money in that. There's loads of money in getting your kids hooked on TikTok and feeling sad on Instagram. At the end of the day, if you are opposed to this, you are not opposing the banning of smartphones, you are opposing, in the long term, making phones safer, and in the short term, allowing Richard to get on with coordinating with schools and other key stakeholders across the area and dealing with what is a major public health issue. If you look at the problems we have with young people's mental health at the moment, so many of them are linked to the fact that you cannot give a child a safe smartphone, the way they're designed, marketed, sold and whatnot. It's really straightforward. I'm surprised Richard's not more opposed to it because it's giving him a hell of a lot of work to do, you know, and I'm glad that he's got the broad enough shoulders to take that on. And I think we should all vote in support of this and empower him to go and do that, and empower the leader of our council to... I mean, it's worth reading the bill. I would definitely recommend reading the bill. It's a good bill. We should support it, you know. Much as I'm mean about Labour quite a lot, as I'm mean about all the parties, yeah, it's come from a Labour MP, and it's a decent bill, yeah.
Right, members, I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this. All in favour? Those against? And abstentions? So that is carried, isn't it? Thank you, that is carried. The motion from Councillor Cooper, motion to strengthen building standards through local authority control. Councillor Cooper, can you move this motion for us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, for decades, the deregulation of building control, pushed through by consecutive governments, has put profit before people and handing enforcement to private firms that are driven by commercial interests. And it's led to a dangerous race to the bottom, really, where cutting corners and maximising profit often take precedence over public safety. The tragic consequences of this approach are all now too clear. Bringing building regulations oversight back into in-house under local authorities is not just a matter of good governance, it's a necessity. Local authorities are accountable to the public, not to shareholders. They prioritise safety, fairness and community well-being over profit margins. By restoring their role, we ensure that rigorous, independent inspections take place, inspections that put people before developers' profits. This shift also strengthens transparency. When enforcement is in public hands, there's oversight, accountability and trust. We've seen what happens when regulations are weakened. Substantial kind of materials, substandard materials used, unsafe buildings, and ultimately disasters like the Grenfell Tower. By returning control to local authorities, we rebuild public confidence, we ensure homes are safe, communities are protected, and regulations are enforced properly, not at the whim of private interests. It's time to fix the mistakes of deregulation and put safety back at the heart of our built environment. And just to finish, I'd like you to visualise something for me. So you're an old couple, whatever your choice, and you're deciding to change your life. We have many of these people in the BCP conurbation. They've worked all their lives. They've got a really nice house. And then they drive past a temporary hoarding which says, luxury retirement. Sell your house. Come and buy a nice block of flats. Okay, so you do that. You trust the building and the developers. And you go in. And suddenly, when you're watching television, you hear a noise. It's somebody going to the toilet. Your microwave on the... These are real cases that I've been dealing with. Your microwave on the side bounces off when next door's washing machine is working. These are houses built in pool as luxury flats, paper-thin walls that you could stick a screwdriver through, no insulation, no soundproofing. We've got places all over, but I can't name them because of liability issues, but we've been working with residents who can't even sell the houses that they're in because of the materials that have been used. So I'm asking you to support the motion. It's really difficult to to bring laws and legislations back from the private sector, but we have a responsibility to do it when it will better the citizens of BCP conurbation. So I ask you to support the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I believe Councillor Canavan, you wish to second the motion.
Yes, just formally second it and reserve my right to speak, please.
Right, I have Councillor Brown who wishes to speak first, then Councillor Tarling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to hear sort of additional debate on this, but and I support the sentiment around the commitment to building high-quality homes, and I think quite a lot of us have seen those sort of horror stories about new builds and the issues that some people have around them. However, some of the notes in the motion regarding sort of weakened safety standards and failings as a result of deregulation and the proposed solution about local authority oversight, I feel need further exploration and some more detailed consideration with advice from our own building inspection experts that we have in-house within the council, and the feasibility of taking these steps. And therefore, I'd request that it's because it's requesting that basically as a council we agree a new policy position on this matter. I propose that this motion should be referred to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee to consider it in the most appropriate way and come back with recommendations on what this council's policy position should be in terms of building inspection in light of their consideration and the matters in this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. That wasn't a formal amendment. That was more of a point of view. Just clarifying that, because I do have a formal amendment, Madam Chairman, as well.
Well, I didn't understand it as being an amendment. Obviously, you did, Phil. Are you amending it, Councillor Brown?
Perhaps, maybe I should put my amendment. You might well see if that... I don't know, it's entirely up to you.
I have some clarification. Councillor Brown, did you wish to put an amendment?
Propose that it's referred to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee to come back with recommendations about the council's policy position.
Chair, if I may, that is an amendment. You will need to submit it to us in writing if you want it to go forward, and you will need to ascertain if there's a seconder to support that. If there is, and you're able to email us with the details, we then need to circulate it to all councillors so that they can check the wording, and also revert to Councillor Cooper to understand whether Councillor Cooper is willing to accept your proposed amendment or not.
Yes, I'm happy to accept that if I'm allowed to say it now. He did whisper it in my ear.
I'm happy to second, and we'll speak in a moment.
Chair, we still need to receive it in writing to formally notify all members of council so they can just check the wording. And thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Councillor Tarling, you're waving. Did you want to speak now, or are you in the debate? Right. What's...
Thank you. I
I
indicated
think I'll get to second first. Then.
I thought you had a question. Okay.
Sorry?
It's not a point of order.
It's not a point of order, no. It's a point of debate. Thank you.
I see you've stopped typing, David. Have you sent it? Right, thank you. Thank you for your patience, members. We're awaiting developments. Councillors, I think we've all got the amendment on our machines if we look at our emails.
Do you want Janie to read it out?
Yes. Would you like it read out by the monitoring officer? I think we should.
No, Chair, it's not very long at all. Councillor Brown, which is seconded by Councillor Broadhead, and I have just checked that Councillor Broadhead has seen the wording now to confirm his seconding. Councillor Brown is proposing to refer the motion to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee for recommendation of the Council's policy position on this matter.
Is that just extra wording to go at the end of the...
Yes, that is additional. I understand it's additional wording added to it, added to the motion.
Could we have it as a point of order? Sorry, could we just clarify? Is this proposed amendment an additional clause saying and refer the matter to committee? It's not replacing the whole motion. Just with
no,
that.
sorry,
it's an extra
Councillor. It is additional wording that is just being added to the wording of the motion.
doesn't change it, does it?
So, if we're going to be precise.
Yes. Councillor Farquhar, this is a point of order, is it?
Sorry, Chair, can we have clarification? If we accept this amendment, will we still be able to debate? Because if you add this additional amendment, then, you know, which precedes the other? Because I think many members here would like to actually debate on this particular motion.
Yes, I'm passing to the Chief Executive for clarification.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to be really clear and precise, I think the wording, which currently starts with Council therefore resolves that the leader writes to, needs to say, and that the motion be referred to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee for recommendation of the Council's policy position. Because otherwise, proposed to refer leaves it still hanging out as to whether you are referring it. So this would have to be that Council is agreeing to refer the motion to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Right. Technically. So that's the wording that we'll use.
Is that your intention?
Yes, I'm sure that's Councillor Brown's intention.
And Councillor Broadhead, are you happy to second that?
And Councillor Cooper, you've accepted it.
Yeah, fine.
Councillor,
thank you.
I'm so sorry. Hang on a minute. Councillor Farquhar, is it a point of order again?
It is. It refers to my clarification question, because if we accept this wording to refer it to the place overview and scrutiny or whatever scrutiny, it takes it out of full council for debate, and the recommendations come from that scrutiny. Will we still have a debate if we agree to this amendment?
So, Councillor Cooper has indicated that he accepts this amendment to his motion. Chair needs to seek views of council of consensus. If you accept, we then move into the debate and around the motion that you've seen with the additional wording, just as we would with any other motion. So it is, we're nearly at the debate stage, Councillor.
So I'm asking again, Councillor Cooper, because I didn't actually hear your answer because Councillor Farquhar was talking. Councillor Cooper, you accept the amendment?
To accept the amendment, and if we can move to the debate, that would be great.
Right, and then councillors, members, do you accept the amendment? Yes or no? Yes, yes, no, no? Yes, right. So, Councillor Canavan, are you in acceptance?
Point of order, you haven't actually asked the seconder whether he's accepted the amendment.
Right, I'll ask the seconder. Yes. Okay, right. Councillor Canavan, you're the seconder. I do apologise for the omission. Do you accept the amendment?
I'll accept it when I see it in writing.
What? Right, we're just circulating the complete wording. Councillor Rigby, is this a point of order again?
Yeah, it's just a clarification. I'm really sorry, but it's late and I'm probably just getting confused. Well, it was quiet and that's being circulated. What I wanted to ask is, so this is going to be in addition to refer it to overview and scrutiny, but if we then passed this motion, A, B and C would already be passed, and then the motion would also be referred to overview and scrutiny. It seems like a really strange thing to refer something which would already have passed. So I'd just like some clarification on exactly how it would work.
I see you standing, Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the time and conscious of when we had our last comfort break, perhaps an adjournment is in order while we sort out this paperwork. Simply because it seems to be taking some period of time to understand whether or not this is actually an amendment to flip it out of full council to a scrutiny committee and then bring it back to Cabinet with recommendations.
Thanks, Chair. Just to clarify, this is a motion asking that the Council therefore resolves the leader writes to the Secretary of State and that the matter be referred to the subcommittee. Once you have agreed that amendment, assuming that you agree the amendment as it's now being sent out, you will then debate that as a Council. If you conclude that you support that motion, then the leader will write to the relevant Secretary of State with those two things and the matter will be referred. That's what the proposal is. I think that's relatively straightforward. The question for you as a council is how long you spend debating whether you agree with that motion or not, which is entirely in the hands of the 50-odd councillors that are remaining in the chamber.
Hang on. I think we should have received it.
That's what we're waiting for.
Yes. Yes. Councillor Canavan, can you let us know that you've got the wording now, please?
So, paragraphs A, B and C remain. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, then I accept it.
Thank you. Now, does the council accept this? Agreed. Right. Councillor Broadhead. Yes.
Yes, I want to speak here.
Yes.
Are we through? Hey, right, thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you to Councillor Brown for the amendment. It was not dissimilar to one that I was reflecting on putting forward. Mine was slightly more geared towards actually some of the real issues and concerns that Councillor Brown highlighted. I think it's pretty clear that this new Labour government, this is the type of thing that they're going to do. So I think in that regard, it would probably be pointless to argue against it. My concern, and what I was going to put in my amendment, was about how this would impact the council and how this would be implemented. So I was going to raise actually an additional bullet point to ask that should these powers be brought back to local authorities, that actually we are fully funded, that councils are fully funded for these new responsibilities, and also that there is enough time to make sure that the implementation period gives us the ability to source suitable recruitment and training and all of those other things that come any time we are given new powers by government. And that the reason is, many of us have been stood here many times, Madam Chairman, in this chamber, bemoaning the fact that government has had a bright idea about new powers and new responsibilities that it wants to give local government, all seems great on paper, and then do we get the extra funding? Of course we don't. Do we have the time to be able to do it properly? No, we don't. And then, of course, we all get blamed when these things never transpire in the way that they want. So I think it is noble. I think this probably is the type of thing that local authorities should be doing, building control, looking after those very civic municipal responsibilities. I just want to make sure it's done properly. So I do think that this particular amendment, which I'm happy to second, enables a little bit more time for this council to put forward some deep diving, to use a phrase again, into those issues, and then maybe feed back them to government and government consultation. So happy to support the motion and happy to support the amendment, which I think will give deeper input to make sure that if we do this, we are funded for it and it's done properly. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I just want to correct a few things that Councillor Cooper has made here about the roles of approved inspectors and local authority building control. I'm a chartered builder. As such, I work in a lot of, as every project I work with building control officers, with private approved inspectors. At the time of the Grenfell fire, I was actually working for the London Borough of Richmond, neighbouring authority to the London Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. I was working on a school with a local authority building control officer. He knew the building control officer who worked on Grenfell and appeared at the inquiry for Grenfell. It was a local authority building control officer. That local authority building control surveyor or officer said in the inquiry, led by Dame Judith Hackett, that he wished he'd had more time to do inspections. The reason behind that is because he was not paid as much as an approved inspector would be paid in the private sector, and as such, felt he couldn't do his job properly. I also need to declare an interest. I actually used to work for the company that actually worked on Grenfell. Not directly for the subdivision company that did, but the actual company. And the day after the fire, somebody in the company sent me the drawings of Grenfell. It was immediately clear to me what had happened technically with the fire, but not necessarily with the procedural stuff. And as the Dame Judith Hackett's inquiry has found out, it was a systematic step of missed opportunities to put it right the whole way through, from the commissioning by the housing company all the way through to the operators and the fire brigade. There wasn't anybody that wasn't to blame with that. So I think it's very clear to establish the role of a local authority building control, and if you attended the session where we had a presentation here when we were new councillors, there's two functions that happens out. There's LABC, which is the local authority building control. It's like an agency. You can go to them as a private individual, you can get your building control approvals done by them, or you can go to a private sector. As a council, we also retain them for the statutory enforcement function. That can't be done by an approved inspector. So that function is carried out by the council. So things like condemning buildings, if there was a defect, there's a civil process before you follow the criminal process. That's not going to change. I think this motion, although well-intentioned, misses some fundamental points. Local authority building control is effectively the same as an approved inspector.
Can you wind up now, because you're nearly over your time?
It's not founded in fact, so I can't support this because it's not. The facts that it's based on aren't correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rigby.
Me again, sorry, I'm getting sick of my own voice at the moment. I'll be really quick. I think the amendment which you put onto this is actually going to allay a few of the fears which I had on this. I'm in favour of the principles of the motion, what it's talking about, and I think it's got a good backbone, but it just needed fleshing out a little bit more. And some of the issues that I was going to pick up around it, which hopefully we'll now be able to do when it gets to overview and scrutiny, is how it will work with the existing systems which you have for building control and building inspections for smaller projects, so schemes like gas safe for boilers, fencer for windows replacement, Part P for minor electrical works, which include things like solar panels and heat pumps, and things that generally happen in the domestic setting where you don't want to get work done and then have to have a building inspector come out and inspect it. And there's good systems in place, so it'd be good to explore how it ties in keeping those benefits there. I agree that private inspectors and developer-led control have caused a lot of problems. I've worked in construction since I was 17, and I used to remember the old clerks of works coming round and terrifying us all once a week when we were on site then. So it has changed, and I think it'd be good to sort of reverse things a little bit and make sure that we have got proper good quality inspections taking place to make sure that the building regs being put there. So yeah, with the amendment, I'm in favour of this now, whereas I wasn't going to be at first. So thank you.
Thank you. I've got two more speakers. Councillor Nanovo.
This is an issue that I have been concerned about as well. Last week I was in an apartment block in Bournemouth which hasn't been built more than a few years, and the residents had to pay themselves to sort out issues with the roof, windows and doors. Residents are under the impression that the planning inspections are a safety blanket for them, and that inspectors, whether private or public, can be trusted. But this is obviously not the case. We live in a country where anyone can call themselves a builder. There's no regulation, and these same builders get to choose private planning inspectors who are their friends. Residents cannot rely on getting the service they deserve, and there is no accountability from planning inspectors, as some of the residents who live in my ward have found out their cost when they had issues, and no one will accept responsibility. Mistakes on a project can be very costly to put right retrospectively, and we all see developments that have only been completed a few months, and the scaffolding goes up again, and something that wasn't done properly has to be redone. Therefore, I would support restoring local authority control, or at least looking at this again over building inspections. And I would go further and create a much more robust inspection process so that there are no aspects of a build that are not covered, and no get-out-of-jail clauses no get-out-of-jail card for inspectors or developers. We need a system that residents can actually rely on. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. My battery and my personal battery are getting a bit low now. Very quickly, I'm very much sympathise with what is being intended here, and I have had issues with people who've been in offices that have been converted to homes and are clearly unsuitable, and washing machines that affect the neighbour and that sort of thing as well. And sometimes that is about permitted development. But I heard a couple of people who have deep skills in this, and I don't, in terms of building control and buildings. And I think the overview and scrutiny step is probably the one that we need to have first, because we need clarity about exactly what it is we do want government to support us with before we write that letter. So I do hope that the overview and scrutiny and the knowledge and skills those people do actually know what they're talking about, beyond those of us who just deal with the aftermath of it and upset residents who are finding costs that they didn't expect. But I very much support the idea it should be done under local authority control. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan, as the seconder of the original, well, of the whole thing now, would you like to speak now before I ask Councillor Cooper to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councillor Nanovo for her comments, because that's exactly the reason why we tabled this motion in the first place. And I respect Councillor Tarling's comments, but I do want to say that in preparation for this, Councillor Cooper and I have done a bit of research and spoken to officers within the council about how this system works at the moment. It left me a bit dumbfounded, if I'm truthful, about the lack of accountability that this system contains. The main thing that struck me in looking at this, Chair, was the fact that a developer has that choice between going to a private inspector or going through the local authority route. Now, at that stage, they have a choice. But what is actually happening in practice, according to the research that we've done, is that because these private contractors know the system, they are actually undercutting the rate that BCP would normally charge a private developer to do that. That is the information that we have been given. So effectively, BCP are finding it, the planning inspectors are finding it difficult to be able to compete in that market because they are constantly being undercut in terms of price. Now, it goes further than that, Chair, because not only are they doing that, those in private inspectors, but they are also forming arrangements with developers before they put the application in the first place. So they're getting an early start on being able to make that application in the first place, because the private developers are ahead of the game. They have that relationship already with the inspectors and with the developers. So it's a very complex market in which the council is attempting to operate, and I'm happy for it to go to the Environment and Place Committee. But just to pick up on point that Councillor Hadley is saying, this isn't going to Environment and Place first. We are writing that letter and then we are taking it to Environment and Place. So thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Canavan. Councillor Cooper.
Okay, I'll be quick. Thanks for the debate and for the comments on Grenfell. I've listened to you, and I suppose my emotions were that I was part of the community kind of union teams from Unison who were there on site for a couple of weeks. So there's a lot of emotion tied up in that. I hope that the outcome of it going into a stream of work with Environment in Place, I think that's really good, because then we can deep dive on it and really pick up the issues that are important to us. So thank you. I'm very tired, so you must be. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Members, we need to go to the vote on this. Can we have a show of hands? All those in favour? Yes, I think so. Bartlett, March.
Yes, just go against. So it's a majority.
Sorry, those against? And abstentions? Thank you. That has passed then. Thank you. Item 18 on the agenda, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. There was one urgent decision which was about Tricuro Executive Director appointments, which I took just after Christmas, which enabled those, the Chair, Finance Director and Chief Executive to then be appointed and to join the board.
Right. Members, thank you very much. It's been oddly rather a long meeting, although it's only 11 o'clock, so thank you very much for all your forbearance, and I'm happy to close the meeting.